Hey, yesterday we worked on some bugs. Today we're going to work on some more bugs and clean up a few things. Someone asked me, how do you stay motivated? Like, especially if the project feels like it's maybe stalling a little bit. And something about that is that you're going to feel that way because it's always the last, when you're fixing the bugs, that's going to take like 80% of the time. Because it might feel like really rapid progress in the beginning, but it's kind of like how it goes. Like if you notice, we spend a lot of time just trying to make sure everything feels nice, even the loading and the animations here when you click, and just making sure there's not too many bugs. That's what's taking up, I probably would say 80% of the time. And it's perfectly normal. For anything, working on some feature, a lot of times you'll get the structure pretty much working, and then the rest of it's just ironing out the kinks. So as long as you expect it, you won't lose too much motivation, I guess, because it's just part of the process. With that said, though, it's easy to get too perfectionist about it, but we did do our bit of market research yesterday. I don't know if you call that market research, but the user personas with Cloud. What we did is we created 10 documents of different types of users and how they stumbled on the site, their background, their motivations. And then we created 10 documents of their journeys, which is just like, how did they click through the website? At what part are they frustrated? What parts do they like? And I didn't really expect it to work very well because I just kind of thought Cloud would just glaze the site and make it sound like my site's really good or something. But it actually, because I did test it with some people that I know, it actually captured some of their experiences using it. So we didn't read all of them today. Yesterday we read just 2, but they were pretty good. So we'll probably explore that a little bit more. The consensus here, I'm going to charge my phone. The consensus here seems to be that these charts can be a little bit confusing to the average user. Some users might like it, but we want to simplify it a little bit, and we still will have these charts available, but the default experience will be a little different. Let me go to my YouTube here. So that's one of the things we're going to do today as well, is change these. But I'm going to start with the most important item, which is the chart images, because I think I've had it on the to-do list for a while. But at the end of the day, is that Matt Rife? Who's Matt Rife? Is that a celebrity or something? I'm gonna look it up. Oh. I've seen him. He's pretty funny. I don't really think I look like him, though. Whatever. He has very big lips. Anyways. So. Chart images. Also fixing this. Those are the 2 things. I'm going to put it in our notes. It is changing I guess it's just finishing the implementation of the questions of the day. And we could rename this potentially to these more detailed charts, especially as they get more and more complicated, to something else. Maybe Quant Lab was one of the suggestions. I don't know about that, but something else. Name what history says, maybe. Cool. I'm going to clear these conversations. That's from yesterday with our Make Music video. I want to spend time working on this today. I think I'm going to do maybe an hour a day until this is, because what I want to do, I want to release it. I'm going to put a few ads on it. and we'll call it a day. The reason I want to is because it's fun. And I kind of want to make a few videos for my Suno, because I'm going to release some of these Suno songs on Spotify. Because someone gave, I think it was Jacob, he gave some good suggestions for that. And it's actually, I didn't realize it's pretty easy to do. So it just sounds like a fun little thing to maybe try out. So on Suno, I'll put these videos for each of the, they'll sync with the music. And then I will put it on Spotify as well. And so that's how I'm going to justify working on it. Hey, Draco. It's this, it's like an investment tool. You get some information every day. You'll get the news, you get how your portfolio is doing. It's customizable. You can build graphs, you can do research, and you can track your portfolio. So there's a bunch of different things you can do with it. It appeals to users who they might want to receive a newsletter, but the current newsletters, they can't really customize too much. So that's one aspect. And then the portfolio tracking is one too. You could make the argument maybe this bundle of features won't work, and I guess we'll find out, right? Like maybe this doesn't resonate with people. I think it's cool and I like using it, but it's going to be another story when we actually test it out with users. And if it doesn't work, we'll try to fix it. If it doesn't work after that, no one likes it, then I guess we'll move on. But we'll see. Thanks, Draco. Let me check that the stream comes up. Okay, it does good with the text. Okay. So I believe where we left off, we had some stuff not committed. So I need to look through this real quick to see if what we discard versus keep. This stuff we all have to test, so I'm going to remove it for now. I think this works, but let me make sure. Oh no, it adds some question of the day, so we have to test it. Because we haven't tested that yet. So what I'm doing here is just going through and making sure we don't add anything to our code base that is not good. So I just kind of scan through it. We always want to test before we add the stuff that we've changed. This is also new. I think this one I will leave for the moment, but we're going to probably discard it. Vibe SQA. What is SQA? I'll look up. SQA algorithm, or what does it stand for? Oh yes, QA. Gotcha. Hey Omar, how's it going? Same thing as yesterday, mostly fixing bugs. We're gonna fix two. Like here's how it currently is. Like we just have a few bugs that are kind of messing with the experience. But I would say once we fix these last two, then it's in a pretty good state. Like I feel like I would say it's usable, and most users probably won't run into too many bugs. Like they might run into bugs if they're asking very detailed questions in the research tab and trying to generate charts. Because sometimes we get wacky charts like this one. But if they're not doing that, it pretty much works. So that's good. They'll get their emails, they got their portfolio tracking, all that stuff is, the graphs are right, statistics are right. So all that stuff is good. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of QA. I just never heard SQA before. Could be different, different countries use different acronyms. That's basically the same acronym, very slightly modified. But you can also write the legit tests. But I do the manual testing too. Not for the front end stuff though, generally, because we change it a lot. I created a little mobile menu. I'm actually not sure what this is doing. So when I'm not sure, I just ask. I don't remember us adding any mobile menu. Did we do it yesterday? Can you check our diff here and Git? I'm not really understanding. What did we do here? I guess Fidelity got some tools similar, same the functionality overlaps. Yeah, I guess I didn't really explain the problem set with this. The reason why someone would use this is because let's say you have a lot of brokerages. It's really hard to get all the statistics in one place. So, some people, they get options from their job, they get all sorts of other things, and they have like literally 5 brokerages. So then it's kind of hard to keep track of your overall performance. You have to like create an Excel, and you gotta, we looked into some websites. These do exist, like these kinds of websites for that use case. Like people would like a very simple aggregator. So they don't have to log into 5 accounts every day to see how they're doing. And get mostly it's these statistics at the bottom. Like, how are you performing? How are you performing relative to the benchmarks? What's these statistics here are kind of like risk adjusted, like based on how much risk you're taking. How are you doing? So those are all kind of nice to know on a portfolio level, the whole portfolio, not just like one place. Some brokerages have it, some don't. Yeah, thanks, man. But, again, it's like, we'll see if people actually like it. Because, I showed this to my family December 25th, and they were a bit like, eh. So, whether or not this actually resonates with people, I'm open to the possibility it doesn't. In which case, we'll try to fix it. And if it still doesn't, I suppose we would move on. But with that said, it is what it is. I would still probably use it. So that counts for something. Okay. So what did it do? Mobile hamburger menu. Oh, I see. So supposedly it actually added navigation. Oh, it did. Okay. So it added this on mobile, so you can switch, which is very strange because I don't remember ever asking to do that. Mobile still looks a little weird, but without this, you can't really do anything. So I will probably commit that. I was thinking, how much did it cost you for the coding setup? Cursor Pro, Cloud Code, Whisper Flow, and everything. Like a range for someone to start with all the tools needed. If you'd like, you can start with some of these free credits on Anti-Gravity. So Anti-Gravity by Google here. This IDE, they give you lots of free credits to use the best models. So you could use that till you're rate limited. Have fun with it. That's what I would do. And for how much I spent, I'm spending way more than what is needed probably, because I'm spending $200 a month for this Cloud Code. But you could easily get by with 100 if you're doing any, like you're doing like maybe 5-6 hours, you take a break for an hour, another 3 hours, like $100 will be plenty. The $200 I never even get close to the rate limit. So I went probably a little too much. And then as far as everything, Whisper Flow, I'm spending $15 a month. Cloud Code. And then for when I'm building this app, I have a little bit, it's calling Flash model. So I would say that's about $30 a month. when I'm testing and things like this. So that's probably all the stuff I can think of. Yeah. So that's everything. But you can also do the cloud subscription. I believe it's the cheapest one's 20. So let me look that up. But I can't really give much input on that one because I haven't tried that one quite yet. Yeah, the pro plan is 20 a month. So worth investigating, maybe see how much usage you get out of that. Okay, so we're gonna commit this hamburger. I'd like you to create a new doc. We're trying to fix one particular issue, and I think we're gonna focus on this area of the code. I'll show you. Before, what we've been trying to do to fix this bug is like, just ask it a little bit too generally. We're gonna ask it to fix this very specific part, which is when you ask, oh, what? It actually fixed it. Eh? Okay, cool. I didn't really expect, I thought that would still be broken. Oh, nice. Very cool. So I noticed one thing is this image is different than what's on the homepage. Hey Gottfried, welcome back. So we're on 250 USD. Yeah, he's 20 USD. Haven't tried. Yes, exactly, Omar. It's going well. I'm kind of surprised this because this has been broken for the longest time. When you click to send it to the AI, this image. So I'm kind of surprised. I'm going to check if these images are stored in the database, because that would be the next step. Oh, fantastic. They're stored. Wow. Okay, cool. So I suppose it's fixed. That's awesome. It was yesterday we ran a few prompts, but I didn't think it would work. So I'm going to commit a few things, just make sure it's all good, but I'm a little curious. Wait, I just realized, so the reason why I didn't think it was working is because we used this like MCP. It was called Archon, and yesterday it had this like cool little board that it was using to the AI was like going to do, and then it would bring the card over in progress. So that's what the MCP does. It kind of keeps track of the tasks. And the fact that that worked and fixed the bug kind of makes me want to try it some more, because I kind of assumed that it wouldn't. So I'm going to start it up again. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about if you weren't here yesterday. Hey Vagabond, how's it going? And I'll enable it again. So MCP enable, Archon. If you store charts in the database, will you store the final render or the underlying data? So right now, we're just storing the images. And the reason because we don't really need to do... Actually, you make a great point. Why is this glitching out? I'm going to close it. You make a great point because if we want to re-render the interactive charts, instead of what we're doing in these conversations, which is the images, then we need to store how to render it. And so I think you're actually totally right. We probably, if that's what you're suggesting, I think we probably should, instead of storing the images, store how to render the chart. So that way we can have it interactive in here too, because the interactive one's a little more fun. With that said, I'm probably going to leave it how it is for now. It's nice to have this little thing, but it's not strictly necessary. We do also need to store the chart images though, even if we do have how to render the chart, because we have the emails, and the emails you can't use the interactive charts, so you need an image. So we probably still would. Which is better for coding, Mac or PC? Both are good. Yeah, and, it just depends what you're used to. I've used both. In college, I used Windows, and I used MacBook after. I got it for work, so that's just what I was using, and both were fine. I think I probably prefer just a MacBook a little bit more, but not anything too crazy. Especially these days, like for example, if you buy the like the Microsoft Surface, the most recent one I tried, my girlfriend got one, and I was like, man, it's actually pretty nice. Like, they definitely use the same MacBook. They have a really nice trackpad, similar styling, and so it's like very comfortable, very used to this. So they're definitely like these days, just personal preference, I guess. And I guess if you already have Apple products, that fits into your AirPods and whatever. Why modern UIs are all black and white, so dull? Actually, when I was making this, it's really been my push to make it black and white. It's really wanted to make it extremely colorful, like crypto sites and things. So I think it's just this type of site it's not supposed to be like super colorful is the idea. It's you can think of like the Wall Street Journal or something. It's like paper. It's on paper. Okay, let me see if I've been yapping a lot today. Let me see if it started up. Okay, cool. It's running. So I'm going to go ahead and try another task like this after I commit some things. I think since this is kind of an unfinished feature, this question thing, these are like simple questions. What is this again? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna stash all of these things. Hey, thanks, Andre. I saw your auto cloud. It's pretty cool. Nice job. I think it's cool that you made that. Especially, I really like the idea. I should try it one of these days. We're using I'm enabling Archon, which I think is it's also a Kanban board. But I think yours is a little bit more. It's like an agent type of thing, right? Less. Like, I don't know, I have to try it. But let's see. Let me try this. Let me make sure it started. I'm going to pull it up again. Hey, do you remember what, where's the UI for Archon located? Can you give me the link? And I guess while we wait too, sure. Oh. Can you go ahead and fix this? Right now the arrow always gets cut off here. No, it isn't. Can you just look in the project here and just see where it is, which port? So a stable version. So should be good to start testing soon. Awesome, cool. Okay, so I think that was just a simple fix of changing the UI for this arrow. Let's double check. But it looks like since maybe we made some change somewhere, we have to restart. Might be I was signed out again. It's supposed to give me a toast if I was, but I'm going to just double check, make sure that it's not due to some sort of cache thing. So cd data feeds. Yeah, okay, so I think what happened here, I was signed out, but it didn't give me the toast, so that's why I can't see anything. That's what I think. I will sign back in. Because it expires every... Strange. Hey, sup Kai, how's it going? I'm gonna look in the database real quick. I imagine nothing's changed, but... Oh, I see. Oh, okay. It's because I stashed the changes and something relies on something that I stashed. That's why. So I'm gonna just bring it back for now. Still no, the arrow's being cut off a little bit. It's in two components. There it is. Portfolio performance. Cool. Here's the Archon UI. So it's currently running in Docker. Can you check that everything is up? Just run a status command. If not, it's fine. Oh, but speaking of that, if the chart images work, then we should be able to send the email and get all the images now. So I'm going to test that. So I'll do it in this one. Can you go ahead and try sending the test email to my admin email? It's the afternoon brief for Friday. Okay. Yeah. You can just go ahead and run that then. I can just do it in Docker. Actually. Yeah, just go ahead. Oh, I see it already removed the these questions and added the questions of the day ones. Did you already remove the in the email the what history says section? Can you double check this? But we are switching the email to be a simpler version. So it's going to be questions like this with the line, some kind of simple line charts. Unless someone enables the advanced stuff. Okay, so it should be running. Let's try it. Still no, try a drastic approach. So what I want you to do instead is show both for now. We're going to remove it later. So don't have it be the fallback, just have both. So I noticed the interactive chart for the table is a little wacky. So I'm gonna fix that. It looks like the interactive chart for the table is a little weird, as you can see. It should match pretty closely to the image here. Can you try to identify why? Don't make any changes yet. All right, I'm stopping Archon now, I think. I'm just gonna ask it to remove probably the arrow. It's not really essential. Can you just remove the arrow for now? So next to the portfolio performance. Okay, send another email. Nice. So the email has all the right things now, so that's a good improvement. This is the what history says section. We're going to disable it, but the user can add it to their email. Got calling out Elon stealing my work. What do you mean? Who's stealing your work, dude? That's pretty impressive. If Elon's stealing your work. What are you working on? I change song. There we go. Over 1 gigabyte of HTML chat logs. I guess you'd have to explain, I guess, because I don't understand. Okay, so I removed it here. I see the problem. But it did not remove it in our morning component, is the issue. In fact, we probably shouldn't have two different ones. They're kind of the same thing, but it's fine for now. This is a little weird. We're going to maybe fix this. I'm thinking this is just massive overhead. Like to create these interactive charts and make them consistent with each chart render on the back end. Right now, there's probably only a few that are working pretty decently. Can you take a look at both these sections? What would be the effort required to make them on parity with each other so they all have the exact same information displaying? Because every time we change the backend charts, we'll have to do the same for the interactive charts. So that's kind of... I'm not sure it's worth it for just the fact that they can hover over it a little bit. And do something about the page style. It ain't consistent. Oh, tell me more, Draco. Tell me more. Which part you think is not consistent? I guess it does have some different like colors. Yeah, tell me specifically because I'm curious. I think it's mostly consistent. I think. But, you know, I've also been looking at it for a long time, so it's easy to not see the things that are not quite right. Can you go ahead and for the portfolio performance, it doesn't need to be this dark red or green. For the portfolio return section, that can just be black. I do that for both the morning and afternoon. Oh no, that is really stupid. Yeah. I'm actually deciding, let's just use the images. Let's not use these interactive charts for now. So can you hook it up? So for the today's brief, we're no longer going to render the interactive charts. Can you remove this is pro user function and any references? We don't need to use this. So the font style isn't the menu bar style, and the content, the menu bar style and the content inconsistent too. Menu bar and the content. Let me see. Well, let's plug it in, I guess. Let's try to find the inconsistencies. Hold on, I'm logging into AWS. Okay, so the font color, according to Universal Palette, and yeah, the alignment is fine. Okay, interesting. Let's see if we can identify the specific parts here. So if I go to cloud here. Do you see any style inconsistencies on this page? Look at the fonts, look at the colors, the menu bar style and the content. Do you think focus specifically on the colors too? Do you think there's any inconsistencies? Another day. Hey guys, how's it going? Just getting started. Nice. Wait until this is done before I run this because I want to commit everything. Cool. Actually, I'm going to commit these a little separately. So this one is small UI change. Not finished. Okay, cool. Now we can set. So what you need to do, go through all of our interactive charts, check for references. If there are any, then you need to make sure to convert it to those chart images. Hello, Sarhan. These results for sure. Oh, thanks, man. Hey, thanks, Draco. We'll definitely look at the style stuff that you mentioned here, because I do want to try to make it as consistent as possible, and I'm not super good at design, so it's hard for me to see it, I think, if there is stuff here. Okay, so color inconsistencies, most notable. Negative numbers are inconsistent. I think that's okay. The reason why we're not always doing red, I don't want the user to feel bad. You know what I mean? Like they log on, it's like this dark red, like, oh, you're losing. Maybe a little bit of psychological thing. It could be like a light red, I'm fine with. I'm just keeping it black for now. So the past brief uses a serif font, while the navigation items use sans serif. Ah, nice catch, Draco. I couldn't see that. The YTD and alpha values appear to use a monospace compared to the main percentage displays. Dropcap T is a very decorative font. Yes, you were exactly right, though. The nav is using different font or something. So let's talk about best practices. In general, is the best practice to use the same font for the nav and the content? Probably, right? At least the same font family, right? A quick question: what's the purpose of using multiple terminals with cloud? Are they meant to? Yeah, exactly. So each make it bloody. Each one does different tasks. Not modifying the same files, but usually just separate questions, separate. Sometimes I only have one running, but sometimes more, depending. This one, like I'm asking questions. This one's running some other task. So using two font families is actually common and well-established design. Okay, I didn't know that. Sans serif for UI elements, serif for editorial. This is what your app appears to be doing. Publications like New York Times often use this approach. It creates visual hierarchy and signals this is UI and this is content to read. Okay, well, I guess never mind then. Don't know. The issue on your page isn't the dual font approach itself, it's the inconsistent content. Past brief is serif. Ah. Wait, that makes so much sense because it does feel like this is weird, and it has for a long time. I couldn't figure out why, but it is a little weird that this is the same as this. This is the title, and maybe this is why, right? Because this is more UI, and this is the actual reading content. So they should be different fonts. The reason why that's kind of cool to me is because like it helps in the future when I'm making this stuff. I didn't realize that would be. I didn't even realize that that's a thing. Like you separate the fonts based on the functionality, so based on what you're reading versus what you click. I kind of thought it was just they should all be the same font family. So we'll see what that looks like, but that might work if we change that. So what do you think? Should we change the past brief to the same font as the navigation? I tried multi-agent coding tasks, not a good time, and they can loop on each other. Oh yeah, for sure. You know what? Like, I do that a lot too. Sometimes I feel a little unproductive when I'm just sitting and waiting though. So I try to keep other things going. But you're right, they should not be modifying the same files. With that said though, at the end of the day, if you're just running one, it's like you can still be doing plenty of other things too. It's like you can just like be either playing around with the thing, you can be maybe doing some like looking at your notes, you know. You don't have to always run 4. I don't, so I shouldn't feel any sort of way about not running. So it looks like maybe we broke something. I'm going to go look what we broke. It's just a cache thing, so we're good. Just got to restart it sometimes. That's just for the dev side of things. If anyone knows how to fix that, but it happens rarely enough that it's not, I don't really care too much. Okay, I'm gonna delete the cache. Okay, I'm gonna try another browser. And if that doesn't work, then we have some questions. Oh, port 2. Oh, okay. So I just didn't read it. It's a different port. I noticed, so if you guys are using Warp, the reason it did that, so let's say you close the window, like you do Command W, you close the window, you terminate the process. It takes like a good 10, 15 seconds to actually terminate the process. So if you create a new terminal, start it up again, then it will go to the next port, even though you did close the process. That's been my experience anyway. So yeah, just so you guys know. Because it could be a little confusing. You're like, why didn't it close? But I noticed that if you wait a little bit, then it does terminate it. Just are you never tempted to look at the code? Yeah. I always. Stuart, if you notice, I very frequently look at the code. So You might notice that while I'm generating it, I'm looking, but I also look before I commit. I pretty much always scan through and see what it's doing. So that's kind of how I like to work, because sometimes it does add some stupid stuff. So I like to not add stupid stuff when possible. Sometimes it's unavoidable because I don't catch it, but eventually it comes up. If there's some bug, you're like, oh man. It's my day 6, and I've reviewed my code yesterday. Spent an entire day for refactoring. Oh yeah, refactoring is never fun. Terrible database, yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, 2000. For me, 14. Like if you try to do simple things on 2000 line or multiple files that eventually add up to be more than 2000, it's like, yeah, it's got to be very segmented, the changes. Being a front-end dev makes you catch those details, even though oh, thanks, man. I'm learning more and more, right, about this like design stuff. Like as we go, it seems like every day, every other day, someone says something and we learn a little bit, and that's great, because eventually we'll be able to really understand why some things are looking good. At the beginning, it's like I could tell it doesn't look right, but I can't figure out why. Cool. So let's try this and see if it looks better. Yeah, let's go ahead and try sans serif. So if you guys are working on your own projects and you're like me and don't know a lot about design, this seems to be like a pretty good tip. It's just like any UI elements, try to experiment with making them a different font, the serif font instead of the content, because apparently it's very widely done. Helps the user see the difference. It's your day 6. I reviewed your code yesterday. Spent entire day oh yeah, I already read that. Sorry. Day 6. Nice. Okay, yes. I'm gonna put this over here. Okay, changed it to the font, but I think it's still bolded. Okay, the date navigation below it still uses font serif. I'm a little confused. I'm going to clarify. So didn't you say that you're going to change it to sans serif? But you just said you changed it to font sans. Basically, I want you to do what you said here. I don't want you to change it. So yeah, just clarify what you're doing. Oh, font sans is sans serif. They're the same thing. Okay. So sans serif is the typographic term, and font sans is the Tailwind CSS class. Okay, gotcha. So they changed the page title. Yeah, go ahead and change the date as well. And we'll see what that looks like. Hey Shri, how's it going? Christmas was good. How about yours? Spend some time with family. ate some good food, and watched some show. It's called The Beast in Me. It was reasonably good. This looks a little cartoony. Do you think sans serif and serif is a good mix for UI versus content versus nav? Do you guys think this looks better? I'm a little bit not sure on this part. Maybe it shouldn't be bolded. Oh yeah, sure, guys. I'm working on some new songs. I got a few, but I'm playing around with this. Well, I'll just share this one. So here's the link here. And if you look at my profile, there's other ones, but anyways. So it's a solid, widely used pattern, sans serif for UI nav, and then serif for content. All sans serif works for pure utility apps, Slack, Notion, can feel cold. All serif is rare in modern apps, can feel dated. The main risk with mixing is inconsistent application, which we just fixed. As long as the boundary is clear and inconsistent, it's a good approach. Okay. Very interested to see your code base. Hey Stuart, so if you want to know my approach here, yes, I can change the font. You know, that's not really the question. The part that I'm asking AI about is figuring out how to design, right? Like I'm not asking AI how do you change a font, right? So yeah, just so you understand what I'm doing. I'm asking AI because I'm trying to figure out stylistically how do you determine what to choose for what font, right? Because I'm not a designer, so that's what I'm doing currently. With that said, you know, I do have some open source stuff. You can look in the description. You can go ahead and look if you are curious about some things. This is not open source, but just so you know, Stuart, I was an engineer before, so my general approach is for more UI related stuff. It takes more of a process of code reviews where I go through when we're making our chart generation, where we were building a functionality where the user can ask questions and create their own graphs. This one was much more, I create the design docs, I iterate on the design docs. Eventually, the AI will do implementation, and then we review the implementation. So that's kind of my process, if you're interested. But I'm not so sure. Let's try this. I'm going to ask about, so the past brief, what do you think of it being bolded versus not bolded, design-wise? But you must miss the part where you go to Google Fonts. I guess, do you see a problem with going to Google Fonts? Clearly you do, so let me try to understand. So is there a problem with us using Google Fonts? I don't think so, right? Does it maybe have to do with browser compatibility or something? change the... It's just within Tailwind, though. The real considerations are external requests can cause a flash of unstyled text. Okay. Okay. So you can self-host your own fonts, download the Google Fonts served from your own domain, eliminates both issues. Okay. So I think this is kind of what you're saying. There might be some flashing. So maybe it's better to download the font instead. Is that kind of the idea? But yeah, anyways. Use next font. Oh, that's cool. So in this case, we could go ahead and use next font, right? So how does it work when we change the font in Tailwind? Can you go through the process of does it actually reach out to get the Google font? Is that kind of how this works? From Google servers? I'm saying there's a level of self-discovery. You miss out when you get the AI to do it all for you. I definitely agree with that to some extent. There's a bit of a trade-off, right, with everything. Like, for example, right? However, this particular thing, you could easily, search it up, change the font. But as far as like on a large scale, like, okay, so I make this graph, right? What do I miss out when I work on this portfolio section? And it builds this graph. Well, it's very easy, especially if you don't even read it. You might not even know what it's using. But the trade-off is you can go a bit quicker. So you can dive into what you want to. My thinking about this is, let's say you spend 8 hours just coding, not even, maybe using AI for autofill. Or you spend 8 hours using AI, like it's generating a lot more of the code. You're probably going to learn, this information, but it's just going to be on different levels of the stack. So I think when you use AI, you spend a lot more time on design, and you spend a lot more time the iterative design process, but also you might spend more time system design once you get really into it later in a project. Per day, right? And then over time, you might miss out on some information, but you might also be learning more information about other things in the equivalent amount of time. I probably could have said that a little more concisely, but you kind of understand maybe what I'm saying here. It's like you're learning either way. You're just maybe learning in different areas throughout the day. Oh, gotcha, Stuart. Hey, Yusuf. Don't get me wrong, I support you. Where is the support? Oh, no donations, but thanks. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, and I definitely appreciate your input and stuff. There is 100% like a drawback, right? Like you probably won't learn some certain things as deeply unless you have the curiosity to do it. However, one thing I'll say, I guess, is like if you really like doing this, it's like with anything. If you really like building this kind of thing, over time you'll eventually learn more. Because I find myself very frequently asking questions as I do this because I like it. So I want to learn a little bit more. But some things maybe I miss out because I don't actually think to ask. But yeah. So Tailwind's default behavior. Oh, it's actually the system font on the user's device. Tailwind never reaches out to Google displays. Okay, so in this case, we're not actually using Google Fonts, right? Yeah. Hey, I stayed up all night. Now I'm sick. I'm always sick when I stay up all night. Yeah. Definitely sleep is important for your immune system. Oh, I am using Google Fonts. Oh, cool. So I assume that's what you saw, Stuart. I don't know. Yeah. It kind of makes sense to switch, right? There's really no downside. Did you check out Automaker? I haven't yet. Let me look it up. So this here, I assume here. So it's kind of like Archon, what we were using yesterday. I guess this is I like how it has all the diffs in there. Yeah, worth a shot. I'll bookmark it here. You have low to stop. What the hell? Is that something you can just test every day? Is there like a little blood sample or something? Joel Hooks Swarm Tools. I'll check it out here. So I'm looking at it here. This would be kind of fun to try with a game or something. I think some people are doing it. I saw something on Twitter. Someone's had like a bunch of agents in Minecraft or something. Okay, cool. I kind of want to see what people are building with it. Oh, yeah, I'll bookmark it. Take a look later as well. Add to our list. Seems fine. I see. Yeah. Looks nicer too. Cool. Do you think we should change the past brief to be not bolded? What is your take on this? Oh, is that not it? So let me, I think I'll look up Joel Hooks instead. Oh, I found one. So yeah, it looks like this one here. Oh, that's cool. I like the idea of this file reservations. Work trees or something. Either one. Agents message each other. Interesting. That's kind of cool, actually. Interesting. She's Cloudflow as HiveMind. Is it like a skill or something? Let me look it up. Plenty of stuff to try. But I'm gonna bookmark this. This looks kind of fun. Actually, I'm gonna keep reading because. So I am curious about this too. So, how coordinator. Okay, but when I'm trying to picture when I would see myself using this, I can think of maybe. Okay, so when we've built our implementation plan, right, and we have like all the phases, we could try, if we feel very confident the phases don't require modifying the same stuff, send out a swarm. I guess even if they do, maybe they could work it out by this file lock system, and then they communicate to each other. They have checkpoints. Interesting. How does it determine if there's a failure? Maybe syntax? Compile stuff? Or does it actually build the tests and figure out there's a failure? Anyways, yeah, cool. Sounds like it's got a lot of stuff. So interested to check it out. Use Mermaid for visualization. Yeah. I like those diagrams. They're nice. It's a mind shift. Yeah, I'll look up Cloudflow as well. Yeah. There's got to be some drawbacks though, right? Like, so I'm curious. I'm curious to try it though. I don't want to say anything without trying it. Talking about for the Cloudflow and some of these other orchestration type deals. Great. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, nice. That actually looks pretty good, I think. With it being not bolded. You guys agree? All right, I have to test this first. Okay, nice. Yeah. All right. Because we're no longer using the interactive charts, now it's doing the duplicate titles because our chart images have the titles. We could just maybe save 2 versions of the image if we really want to keep it. So this is selectable, or we just remove this, either one. You're liking the designs? Cool. Awesome. Yes, exactly, Stuart. That's exactly what I was thinking. It's like all of these things have the drawback of like their utility has to be enough to justify the additional context they're adding, which can degrade the performance of the generations, right? So it's like a battle of like they have to provide me enough value to justify potentially worse code generations. And for me, I want to optimize the code generations. So I don't want to spend, because bugs can cost 50 to 80% additional time spent on a thing. If the thing, now some people argue, well, it's increasing code generation performance because they add all these extra checks and all this and all that. But the downside to that is it takes longer to generate. So there's a longer feedback time for me to actually look at what it's done. I have to wait longer. Maybe the final generation comes out better, maybe. But maybe it would have been better if I had additional feedback sooner, that feedback loop sooner, and then I could have corrected it. So that's why I'm always a little bit, like I try some of these, I try another one, and I'm like, well, same sort of thing, right? Yeah. So I think I'm always like cautiously skeptical, but I will try them because why not, right? Eventually, there's probably gonna be a cool tool, maybe, but there's definitely going to always, I feel like, be some drawbacks that. Okay, so I think this is good. So removing interactive charts plus design UI changes. You know what's the problem? These ugly ass limits. I still need to optimize Cloudflow for efficiency, brute forcing my way to the goal. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, that's a whole nother story, right? Like, not only potentially you decrease the generation of the code, but if you are dependent on the rate limits, and which we all are to some extent, right? Doesn't matter what plan you have. If you go too crazy and you add a ton of context, like you'll be paying for it probably. But I just know, okay, my experience thus far from the past and now, the context has always been important. How much context you provide decreases the generation quality, right? If you have a 2,000 line file or you're touching a lot of files, generation quality is bad, right? Like, so it's, I'd imagine if all of these swarms and all of, that's just what I'm thinking about. I haven't tried them, a lot of them, but it's like, they're probably adding who knows how much extra context. However, maybe they get past the generation quality again by the weighting thing. Like they do more iterations with the LLMs and have like architects review it and all these things. But you're waiting long, so yeah. This is the real cost. Yeah, I think you're right, SG707. I think the cloud subscription here, I mean, just look at the other costs, right? Like if you try Cursor and you do the level that we're doing, it's going to be insane. And same thing, anti-gravity as well. I mean, the what they're providing users for free is insane, right? Like, but I am optimistic because Google, if you look at their past playbook historically, they don't really have a problem with burning a lot of money to compete. So I could see them spending, just keeping this going for who knows, maybe another year or two. So, but eventually, yeah, like eventually, unless the they can get the costs of the models low enough in time, the good models. If you use straight API for the same service, yeah, for sure. Yeah, if I was to use the API for this, holy shit. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. And I know that because I'm using the API as I'm testing, right? When I use the pro model for like a day, it was like $10 just of me, chatting, generating the charts. Nothing too crazy, Now imagine if I'm doing that with code all day. It's gonna be so expensive. I used the Gemini 3 Pro instead of the Flash. Yeah, there's something to be said about that, right? Like, definitely the prices. And the best models, even, 5 years, 10 years from now, I feel like the best models will always be, there's going to be too much demand, right? Every new model that comes out, there's going to be this huge white collar, 20% of the world needs to use the best models potentially, right? It's just too much demand, like, and only a few suppliers. So I could definitely see it just being totally insane, the cost at some point, especially as they get better and better. Anyways, okay. But I think there also will be a market for the cheaper models too. Like not everyone needs the most advanced things, right? Probably software engineers are like one category that it really benefits them. All right, let's work on fixing this. Do you think when we generate the image for the today's brief, we could store two versions of the image? One is going to have the chart headline and chart description, and one is not. We're going to use the one without the headline and description in the today's brief. I'm just going to do it this way because it just looks a little better formatted this way. And then when they send it to the chat, that's the other version. Or when we send it to the email too, we'll use the other version. Well, now I'm debating maybe we could just get rid of. Oh, Stuart disagrees. I think the age of one model fits all use cases is over. Focused and lean is the future. Okay. Yeah, you could have a model that's really good at this, really good at that. I think the problem is it converges a little bit. Models that are really good at programming can a lot of times answer other types of questions because they can build like a script to answer it. They can do a web search, answer something. But I think you're saying maybe for like really specialized tasks, like maybe like writing or something, there'll be like an AI model that's really good at writing. We'll see. I'm not sure. People will create a torrent like for AI. People just connect for free. That would be something interesting. That's kind of fun idea. Imagine like we're lending our computers for computes on training a model, and in return, we get access to a good model for free. So you're basically paying with the compute of your computer to access the model. It's actually not a bad idea. It's kind of fun. I don't know if the economics of that would work, like, but if you give them a cheap enough model, like a Flash model, you probably could. Why not, right? Like, the Flash model is pretty damn cheap. You maybe could pay for it with the compute of your computer. Do it with Gemini 3 Pro, and I fix or add things with Cloudflow. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let's talk about it first. What do you recommend? I'm kind of debating between these two, maybe just removing the headline and description for the image. I think the only reason I keep it is for the email, because the email, then again with the email, we could just, okay, but what about the research tab? When you send it to the Ask AI, now it won't have the headline description if we just have the one version. So I think that's why I'm debating having two. With that said, it's not strictly necessary, so I'm thinking of just removing it. All LLMs are directed to essentially lie to you. They'll tell you to read a 1,000-line file. Yeah, definitely. It's you have to do a lot of checks. Maybe one day we can pay with it with the compute of our brains. It like attaches to our brain, uses part of the. Okay, so that's this. I just got to think about like the Matrix. Anyways. Okay, the ask AI concern is solvable without 2 images. Right, if you were to share the image, like if we have a share button here, you might want to keep the whole image, because otherwise that's not very useful. Yes. Why not? What could go wrong? Right now, you can. Yeah, I think I'm just going to do it for now. So we're going to save 2 forms of the image. One is going to be without the headline and description, and one will be, and we're just going to choose the right one based on what we're doing. Like for the share, we're going to choose the one with the headline description. Just for now, that's how we're going to do it. So go ahead and make these changes. So we save it at the end of this. Make it more compact. I suppose, if the user wants to, they can zoom out like this, right? But remember, there's going to be a lot of old people using this. So by default, we're making it kind of big. But that's what the AI told me. That kind of makes sense. We have Robert the retiree persona in our documents. That reminds me, while we wait for some things, we could read through some more of these. So where did we put it? It's called personas, I think. Users. There they are. We put it in docs user personas. Oh, here they are. I just didn't see them. I'm gonna read it this way this time. Okay. Personas. We did Robert and Marcus yesterday. If you're making a report for old people, it would just be bullet points with concise wordings. I think you might have a reasonable argument there. Let me think about it. I mean, this is only 2 sentences. Actually, it's only 1 sentence. Oh man. Is that too dense? It's just like a 1 bullet point, like 10 words. I mean, okay, I get this, but this is only showing if you pay for it, so they're not going to see this. This is the button. And then this is kind of what you're saying. It's like pretty concise, I would say. And this stuff is going to be the simple charts. So these are the advanced charts. So this is going to be hidden by default, but we're going to have our simple charts, simple question line stuff. And then there's a few others that we're going to have, but that's kind of it. I think it should. I don't know how much simpler we could get. Like, you know what I mean? Okay, Michael Quant Hobbyist. He has notebooks full of analysis. I kind of like this. So what have I learned from this? Maybe we could have some SEO stuff about these types of questions. Maybe if someone looks up something like this, S&P forward returns after VIX spike. Again, we wouldn't use VIX, unfortunately, but we use some, well, we could maybe for like SEO. Maybe not, actually. Not sure. But yeah, something like this. Try to optimize for these kinds of questions. See if maybe that could work. But the way I would test that is actually see if anyone's searching something like this. So I don't know if that even is a thing. It's going to be extremely niche. I mean, there's going to be nothing, I'm sure. This is not a popular question. What? Worldwide. Yeah. Okay, we maybe have like 4 people, whatever that is. You have a little or no scroll bar. Makes it feel easier to read. Oh. Large book. Interesting. Okay, why do we have a scroll bar? It's like, I was looking at all the other competitor people, and they all have a scroll bar. Because someone said that before, we can remove the scroll bar. But how come Substack has a scroll bar? In some ways, I'm going to assume that they've done their research on this topic. So I'm just going to trust that they know what they like. If there was any that I found that didn't have a scroll bar, I would consider it. I'd be like, okay, they're doing it for a reason. Yeah. But I get what you're saying. I could see that. It's just like, why isn't it out there? Okay, I'm going to ask about this. So so I'm trying to test like a theory of like, maybe there are people that look up questions like this on Google, maybe. And so I'm going to, I was thinking I was just going to use Google search trends and kind of look through a bunch of these questions and see if there's any that have any popularity at all. Mainly because I'm just curious if this type of person exists that we've saved in this document. I'm sure they do. They're just very rare. Michael Quant Hobbyist. I mean, there's people who are doing it professionally, but I'm not really sure there's that many people who do it for fun. And if they do it for fun, they're probably not looking it up on Google, this type of question. They might just build a script or something. AI Veek. For stocks, I can't believe gold, silver performing better than Nvidia. Oh yeah, it's pretty interesting. There's a lot of those surprising things. Like you look at Monster Energy, you know, that's for the past 30 years outperformed like basically anyone. So what are you building and building? It's like a newsletter, portfolio tracker. Provide 2 views where the user can toggle short, long. Yeah, maybe. Like some template or something. Let's go ahead and while we're waiting to fix this share button. Right now it doesn't do a whole lot. Can you help me figure out what we're going to do with the share button? Right now it opens some sort of, on my Mac, it opens this thing of like sharing it with phone numbers. That's not really what I would want the default to be. It should be like post to Twitter and post to the default social medias is kind of the idea with the share button. And maybe grab the link. That's the other category. So grab the link or post to social media. It's those two. So when you click it, it opens that and you can do those things. Oh, that's funny. It's actually going to Google search trends and exploring it for me. Oh, got a 429. Yeah. CLM. No, this is Cloud Code, Opus 4.5 model by Anthropic. Yeah, unless it, no, I mean, even if I had the beefiest computer, yeah, it would still suck. I'd probably be hosting it, unless maybe I had like a whole server room. But even that, it still would not be very good. Yay. You're coding debugging with authentication errors, Microsoft Azure. Yes. What are you working on, Sahal? Support 4.5 is the king for now. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to come back. Okay, so this is kind of fun. It's saying that this person exists, so we're going to validate. So it's showing me some stats about this type of person. Let's read. So there are about 2 million, 1.75 million in the algo trading subreddit. Posts per day is one. So this community really died. Oh yeah. So 2021, and people got interested in it, in this subreddit. And then it died when everyone didn't do well, probably. I don't know. How do you make run multiple cloud agents at the same time on the same repo? Oh, right. So you just have a feel for it in the sense that you try not to edit like the changes that you make. You're going to be reasonably sure it's not going to modify the same files because it's like a different area of the code. That's kind of the idea. Like if you're modifying the UI in this section of the page, it's probably not going to modify UI in this other area. So, and vice versa with the back backend code. It's like I'm changing this file, these functions, and this functionality, so it's probably not going to touch this other thing. But yeah, try not to run it at the same time if they're modifying the same things, because that's kind of a disaster. Oh, bogleheads. So someone's looking at this at a chart like this. Hey, maybe we should put that in our list of places. Bogleheads is kind of like, I'm gonna make sure it's still active though. I remember I saw it a long time ago. Oh yeah, it's actually, this might be a pretty good place maybe to try to post. Okay, I was confused because I was like, these are pinned, I think. Oh, these are pinned. Okay, gotcha. So yeah, this is reasonably active, right? I mean, yeah, for every hour, there's at least like 10, 20 posts on this one. So yeah, we'll go ahead and maybe post here. Try to let people know about all the nice charts and things you can make or something. Let's put it in. Future. Oh, we had a marketing one. It's not here. Confused. Where is it? I guess we'll make one. I thought we already made it though. I like it when it does that. Post the Twitter charts. Okay. So I'm just keeping it short because we already wrote it somewhere, so I don't really want to write it again. But that's the gist. Yeah, Find Destiny. I've seen it. Andre actually joined the stream earlier today. Did you try it out, Find Destiny? So do you think maybe one marketing thing we could try posting on Bogleheads, like something like, if we did post on Bogleheads, what kind of posts would we make to try to, it's not like huge community, right? Like how many people would you estimate this community to be? I think there's, not only is it here, but it's also on Reddit too. So I think that makes sense. Anyways, that is kind of our target person to some extent. Okay, cool. Yeah, maybe try it. Okay, I'm gonna regen the Friday one. Oh, I gotta sign out. Nope. I'm gonna go grab a coffee. I'll be right back.
The radiator hums like a lullaby in disguise. Maple leaves in my coffee float like fireflies. I talk to your voicemail like it's still you. The silence nods back, polite, subdued. You left your jacket on the hallway chair. Still folds like your shoulders used to care. We danced in a room full of phantom hands. Your ghost plays bass in my one-man band. Breathe in. I wear your name like a rented coat. Breathe out, heavy with warmth I never wrote. Tell me why the moon feels lowercase tonight, like it's whispering secrets to the exit sign light. I trace your name in the window steam, in this humid house of half-forgotten dreams. You said pain's just love that overstayed. Now it camps in my ribs, unafraid. The couch knows every confession I bled, and that dream where you dye your hair blue instead. Hold still, I kept your shadow in a mason jar. Watch it spill on the porch like a falling star. You would never mind a break
I'm back. One moment. Okay, cool. Wow, this is taking a long time. It is still generating, so I'm going to look what is going on. Oh, well, I guess it's still running. Oh, there we go. Kind of wondering if it generated it for the 27th. So it looks like our button, the way it should work on a Saturday, it should regenerate the Friday one. But it didn't this time, so it's okay. Because I don't want to regenerate it, I'm just going to ask the AI to make it so I can click this 27th. So, can you add a little button at the bottom? This is just like a debug button to disable because right now we have day limits, like you can't go on Saturday, Sunday for the brief. Go ahead and just have a button to disable that, so that way I can just temporarily select the right day. Before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and commit. I think we made some good changes. Cleaned up some styling. Oh, and the chart thing. It's mostly just the chart thing. So 2 types of chart images stored. Oh, I forgot to clarify button at the admin tools. You want AI to ask questions while processing. Sometimes Cloud Code seems to stop and ask if you want to do planning and things like that. I think a lot of times things sound good, but they end up being gimmicky. Like the anti-gravity stuff. Some of that stuff I don't really like too much. Because it seems like sometimes it'll show you the implementation plan, sometimes it won't. And a lot of times I might not necessarily want to. It kind of like delays the implementation because I'm looking at other stuff. Especially simple changes, probably don't need a plan. But I'd rather just specify it myself. One thing interesting about the .com bubble, for that like first year when it popped, like not much, there was not like a huge spike in unemployment. It like took a year for it to eventually a year and a half to eventually spike. Some of these things can be a little delayed. Let's look at, wait, it's the same thing in 2008. So right when the housing crisis started, not much unemployment claims, but probably looks like Okay, maybe only a few months, so I guess that one was pretty bad. What's in my cup? This coffee. I need to wash my cups, so I'm using a plastic cup. It's okay. Google AI Studio is working on a mobile app. Oh, cool. Okay, we will do these next. These 4. These are all good. So right now, when we ask a question in the research page, I just attached this instead. Is this pipeline getting the data from Firestore now? It should be the market data folder. Right now, we were just doing it locally, but we are making it so it actually is reaching out for the data. We'll fix this little bug too while we wait. Oh, and wait, did it change the font in the conversations? I think it's maybe because we zoomed out. Yeah, that's okay. So the way Perplexity works here, when you ask a question like this, is it usually it gives you, it doesn't always give you a chart. I think we should do something similar where it's like we kind of default to the query and then we decide whether or not to add a chart at the end. It's a mix of the two. So the way we would do that is kind of simple. We just like the initial part we just do with the default LLM. So we pass it to Gemini 3 Flash. And then at the end, if we feel like it's good for the chart, we will start a chart generation. And that'll be another message maybe. There was one other bug. Nice, so this worked. Very good. This is fun. So Disney returns after a 40% recovery actually tends to suck for a while, right? So just because Disney's down 40%, historically, 3,000 times, it was not a great result. Just making sure it's actually the case. However, that's only for 6 months. So for this chart. So, okay, so I'm looking at this chart, right? And I want to know, what about the other time periods? There should be a way for me to do that. So I can do this. 3, 6 month, 9 month, 12 month. There's but 1 year. And 5 year. I have not tried that kind of question before, so we'll see. I've never tried sending an image to the chart generation. I don't think that's going to work. Might give him an error for that response. Well, it says it worked. Let's look. Nice. That looks really good. Oh, I read it wrong actually. Oh, what the hell? Oh, I totally read it wrong. It's when Disney's up from the low 40%. Oh, which it is also. Okay, so we're going to do a few things. It should first give the default LLM response, so we forward it to the LLM, and then after that we start the chart generation. And ideally we do both at the same time, so they're both asynchronous, so that way we can start it a little bit before the user sees that we're starting the chart generation. But then in the UI, after the LLM has answered the question, then we show the UI for the chart generation, like that it's currently generating a chart. So that way the user is seeing stuff at all times. It doesn't really feel like it's loading too much. So this chart shows you that if you buy Disney when it's down 40%, it's 52-week high, it tends to outperform the usual. That is historical. Kind of cool. How many occurrences? Almost 300. That'd be cool if I could ask questions about this chart. Like if I could say, so these historical occurrences, when did they happen? That won't work, but that would be cool if it would. What's if I disable that? So the way we would do this, to allow the user to ask questions like this, we would store a bunch of metadata. Because we do have the answer to this. We just need to store the metadata in the question, like when were all the occurrences, in case they do ask such type of things. I can't remember if I can do this. Only use data for the last 5 years. Yeah, I think I can do this. So this is going to break, right? Because I'm asking to get a 5-year measurement for the last 5 years. I can't ask it like this, I think, because it doesn't take the last context. Okay, so we currently implemented quite a bit. Oh, I was going to check this here. Okay, if it's doing that, we're going to do a bit of a test of deleting our market data folder. Because if it's truly no longer using it, then we can get rid of it. But what I'm going to do instead is just rename it. Okay, we'll keep the test one. And rerun the folder. Not really sure what happened there. I'm going to try it again. What is it using? Okay, I get it. Okay, so I'm going to restart it because I just renamed the folder. This is just a test to see that it's no longer using our local files for the data, the stock market data. I would like to accomplish this. I'd like you to do a quick audit. How close are we to getting this to work? Right now in today's brief, it's not showing questions of the day when we regenerated. So take a look at, could be we haven't hooked it up yet to the UI. I think I'm gonna read a few more personas while we wait for some stuff. It's pretty good. So the type of person this would be, and some people do ask this in the chat, right? They're like, hey, is this data real? Like, how do you actually, are you actually making these charts? Things like this. So to help this person, we should probably answer those things. Oh, look like some people in the chat saying things. AI set you behind. I know how to code. I'm an engineer, so try not to make too many assumptions. Read my bio, I suppose. Are you doing anything special for New Year's? For New Year's, probably nothing too crazy. Just hang out. Maybe watch some shows or something. Eat some good food. That's probably it. And go out. What about you? Okay, no UI component exists. So we'll go ahead and create that. Yeah, go ahead and start implementing this component. It should be very similar to the current components for what history says. I can't really think of any differences. The only thing is I think you need to make sure, I would do two things actually. Before you begin the component, we're going to create a new set of tests for the question of the day. They should be very similar. Oh, there's actually three things. So we're going to totally, we're just going to copy this for now after we finish this first thing. So the first thing I would like you to do, if you take a look at today's pipeline, we're going to segment out something, which is right now we just baked in the what history says into this today's brief pipeline, but the way it should work is today's brief is sort of this delegator where for each component, it's reaching out and then getting the result and then putting it in the brief. That's kind of, it's like an aggregator of all the components. Right now we baked in the what history says into this pipeline here. And we're going to separate the what history says section into its own, you can think of it as its own little service or something. And it's going to run to the LLM. Today's brief is going to wait on the result. Once it receives it, it will continue to compile everything else. And we're going to do the same thing for the question of the day because they're two separate sections. And we need to make it one other change too, which is that we only run these based on the user preferences. Not true. That last part is not true. Nice. Yeah, get together with friends. What are you building today, bro? Working on my this stock market tool. Gives you newsletters every morning. All right, before you start implementing this, go ahead and create a doc. And this is a little bit of a refactor, so this will take a little bit of time. Yes. Linda subscribes to everything. Morning Brew, Finimize, The Hustle, Motley Fool. 3 different Substacks. She's always looking for the one newsletter that will replace all the others. Information collectors, slight FOMO. Reads on the morning commute. What she's looking for: dense, valuable stuff, better than what she already has, unique perspective, not rehashed news, something worth the inbox space. So what does Linda see? She sees a clean newspaper-like design. Okay, another finance newsletter. I already have like 6 of these. What makes this different? So similar format to what I see elsewhere. Let me see if the content is any different. So how does she figure out if it's useful for her? The only thing I left out here, though, is that this Linda person can't do portfolio tracking with the other newsletters, right? So it's not going to give her that information, and she can't customize it, I guess. All right, so after this, though, I'm going to read the doc, I suppose, first, before I say anything else. Must have put it in the back end, I suppose. I don't see it. I'm so confused. And then docs. Oh, here it is. It just made it an act. I thought it was a folder. Okay.
Feel the earth, hear the sound. Doubt is black, minkum define. Feel the earth, hear the sound. Wait right now. Wait right now.
Okay, cool. So as you can see, we've already done these two, but it's just a matter of when we implemented this, we kind of baked this into here, which isn't quite right. So let's do that. All right, before you begin, this first refactor, we're just going to do that quantitative part is going to be taken out. That's the first phase. And before you begin, change the plan to add all of the files you're going to touch and create and modify, etc. And for the final section of this talk about what the new today's brief is going to look like, this pipeline, and kind of give a little diagram, the full diagram. It should be not only what it's like aggregating everything, but also that those final steps where it's doing like validation, evaluation, just everything it's touching. So I think this is, we can cross this off. We verified it as far as I can tell. It seems to all be working. Okay, let me read the doc here. It's kind of hard to read, so I'm going to close it. Okay, that kind of makes sense. It got this. It did a really good job on this, I think, considering how many like things it's touching. Let me look at the files. Cool. That looks really good. All right, let's start it. Excuse me. Just use anti-gravity and it deleted my files. Excuse me. Oh shit. Oh, that's good, yeah. Yeah, sometimes it does some wacky, truly wacky things. Let's start with how to design this. So start from the chat. Think about how this should work. Consider our current architecture. When we attach the data, are we just going to send it all to the LLM, the default LLM, or will we just ask it to answer its current knowledge and then use just only the data for the charts? Let's just talk about it first. Yeah, whenever I'm doing something big, I always make sure to either commit or be in a state that I don't really care if I lose everything. Because I've been burned quite a few times in the past with being a little too careless. With you kind of get used to it, I guess. I kind of forgot. Does our what history says section, is that using the data schema router? Option C sounds good, but how would this, go ahead and build a planning doc in Docs. Yeah, go ahead and run the tests, make sure it works. Man, this is really cool. I just think about, like, this is pretty, just getting pretty complex here, what we're doing. But in a good way, like it's kind of making sense. We got like a nice little, like we can plug in more things as we need pretty easily. Little structure. I'm talking about like more sections. Oh, perfect. See, look, this is the toast here. So we added an auth expiry. So it'll come up after some hours or something. We'll probably set it to be more like, I don't know, 24 hours, and then your token expires and you have to log in. That's kind of just to protect the user's data. Nice little feature. It won't be hours though for the actual product. It'll be probably a day or two. I'm not really sure. I'm going to upgrade to Tahoe because I saw reports online that it's quite a bit slower, and I noticed on my phone it's slower, the liquid glass stuff. So my computer already can get slow when I do a bunch of stuff combined with streaming. So I'm just not going to upgrade until I have to. Then I will. That's kind of what I decided. Don't break what's working. I don't really care about UI stuff. I know there's some features, but nothing that I use or would use. So when a user asks a question currently, we just always generate a chart. Instead, what it's going to be more like perplexities, where we get our default LLM response. While that is running, we will generate a chart in the background. And if we decide the question needs a chart, then we will come up with a chart at the end. So it kind of feels like to the user, it's very fast. It's not loading very much. Because there's always something happening, right? You have the default LLM doing its stuff, and then at the very end, take a couple seconds for the chart. We already have a retry logic, so I'm just going to remove that. Progress indicators wouldn't be bad, I suppose. We don't need those. How would you implement this? Are you thinking a separate little service or something? Also, can you remind me, the question pipeline, is it calling, do we need to do anything for the, do we need to make any changes for the data schema router, or would that all be, everything will work there with how we're doing it? All right, I'm feeling pretty good. Making some good progress today. If we get that, this worked. This is done. Right, we'll fix this one later. We'll test this one. I'm just making sure it's nice. That's kind of cool. I can go back. I have a very good historical data, how I did via the versus the benchmark on a particular day. Minor thing, kind of nice. That's cool. I'm going to validate that this is true. This is cool. I like this. It's like it found that this was one of the worst performers, I guess, out of the that people would care about. So it's not like just some random company. And then that was for yesterday. And then it showed you some data about what happened going forward. I think that's pretty good. And it compares to the average day normally. I always find this one interesting. We've seen this a few times now, this chart. For some reason, having just a few companies that are doing really well has really good historical performance, but I have no idea why that would be the case. I'm actually kind of curious, because that seems kind of strange. I'm kind of curious about this chart because you kind of hear often that like it's good when the market doesn't have narrow breadth. Like so I'm kind of curious, why would this be even true? It doesn't really make sense to me. Hey Dixon, how's it going? My like guess on this is that the last like 15 years this has been the case because of big tech companies just performing really well. But historically, I don't think it. Let's read what it says though. So this is what AI says. You're right to be skeptical. This chart contradicts the conventional narrative. So the conventional wisdom is narrow breadth is fragile. Mean reversion and breadth, not price. You know what would be really cool? Like, I'm looking at this chart, right? And I'm like, I have so many questions. I don't understand why this would be true. That would be cool if I could, we did come up with this like Ask AI thing, but it's not actually, well, let's try it, I guess. So if I click this, hey, thanks, Dixon. No problem. Your English is totally good. I didn't even notice anything. And this UI is a little bit when you do this. Okay, so I send this. Yeah, and this fade in here is not very good. Hey, someone is on Twitch. Hey, Wook's here. It's going well. How about yourself? There's a lot of speculation as to why this is true. I would like to know, like, the real answer. So I'm going to go to Gemini to maybe do some searches. Can you look around? Ask Perplexity too. I'm trying to figure out if this is documented, like why this happens. I'm working on this. It's an investor tool. We use Cloud Code. We've been working on this website here. It's not deployed yet, but it's kind of like a newsletter. You can do research, build charts like this here. How does Apple perform when Tesla goes down 10%? Builds you a nice little chart. And you build all types of charts like these ones. Yeah, thanks, man. And can track your portfolio. This would be your watch list. And this would be your portfolio. Has all the statistics, the Sharpe ratio and everything, dollar and percent, how you're doing compared to the benchmarks. So just detailed statistics, kind of like what's exposed to, some news. Oh, thanks. Thanks, HCJ. What we're working on now is we're adding, because I showed this to my family, and we ran a little test so we asked Cloud to come up with all these users. So Marcus, Sarah, David, Jessica, and we went through it. Actually, it was pretty good thus far. We've read 4. And it identified the same thing that some of my family said when they looked at this, which is, I'll show you. When you go to Saturday and you scroll down and you read this, to the average person, it's kind of confusing. So we're going to have the default be a bit, you can maybe enable these types of graphs, or maybe we choose to, but the default will be much more digestible data. So people can feel like it's interesting. And if they want to, they can enable the more advanced stuff. What are you using for the APIs for the fin data? So right now, the reason it's not deployed, we're using Y-Finance. This is just me testing it. But as soon as I get everything set up in terms of like who I'm going to use as the provider for commercial, then I will deploy it. And so that's what I'm doing in the next 3 to 4 days here. I'm kind of shopping a little bit. I want to get a good price. And yeah, so that's what I'm doing. But I expect it'll probably be somewhere in the realm of like 50 to 200. I'm going to try to get it on the lower end a month for that. Y-Finance is free, but you just can't use it for commercial purposes. So yeah. So I use it while testing on my computer. I've been watching a while. Just made a sick click. Oh, nice, dude. Sick click tracker, page rotator, the postbacks and live feed showing all events. That plays audio for. That sounds kind of fun. Wait, that sounds like something right up my alley. So feel free to join our Discord and send that, because I kind of want to try that. That sounds kind of fun to mess around with. I'll send you if you want to join. sounds good. All right, yeah, let's do it. I'd say so, but just don't expect it to be quick. If you're starting a business, it just takes a long time. Like, I think conservatively you should estimate probably a year or two. It seems like it just that's how long it takes, unfortunately. But maybe you do it faster, in which case you're probably an exception to the rule, and you're pretty, maybe you had a really good idea on what to hit the, get product market fit, and you had a good marketing plan and everything. But my expectation with this, I'm really going to try, and hopefully we'll achieve it sooner than expected. That would be really great. I just know, like, based on, I guess what I've seen, it seems like it usually takes a while to get some traction on something. And so it's normal. And I'm not just talking about like vibe coding, I guess. I'm talking about everything, like any type of business. It just takes a while, I think, unless you already had a really good plan. Maybe you already worked on it while you were working. So you have a really good setup, and maybe you can be much faster. But yeah. I think picking library based on AI compatibility could be a thing. Maybe pick a library with good coding pattern. Oh yeah, exactly. SG. So that's exactly what I found too. For example, what did we do to build kind of fun little things like this? And this game here, we chose 3JS because AI is very good at 3JS. Has a ton of training data, and it does it. I mean, you guys should try it. It's a lot of fun. Like, you jump into one of these projects, use 3JS. You can really make a bunch of 3D stuff pretty easily, and it's really a good time. Every time I work on this, it's like so fun because how visual it is, and you can be really creative. I've seen some pretty wacky things. Granted, to build something cool, it still takes a long ass time. As you can see. Anyways, that's just the nature of it, of programming, but it's still a lot of fun. Yeah. All right. So let me pull up what the game used to be, because what happened was I stopped in the middle of a giant refactor of how the game is working. So it's not even really a game at this point. It's just like a click around thing. There's no game aspect. But I'll show what it was before. Okay, these are my old streams, so let me click around. Okay, so the game, you could like ride around and there were monsters. Let me pull it up here. And there's fishing and stuff. Let's see if the monsters are, if I have the monsters in the stream. And it's multiplayer too, so you can actually fight. That's all set up. That took a while. All done with AI, so you can join. So people on the stream would sometimes join and play around, and we could like fight each other. These are at the bottom. They're like abilities, and you can like pull people in. You can shoot them with the cannon. And there's fishing. There's a lot of stuff. So you might come on here and you're like, what the hell is this? And that is the case at the moment. But we'll fix it up maybe at some point here. So yeah, anti-gravity is pretty good. Dude, Jackson, it's crazy. Like, Cloud can generate a lot of stuff, right? So not everything you see there is generated by Cloud. What we do for the models, for the detailed models, if we go to Tripo 3D, And we generate things here, so like the pirate ship and everything else. But as far as the monsters it made with shapes in 3JS. So it built a monster, did animations. The animations that you saw it's doing with AI, totally nuts, totally nuts. And it's a lot of fun. The islands, so if you saw those islands on the game, as we click around, I'll show you which ones are AI generated. God, I kind of want to work on this right now. Maybe I should just spend like a week just to clean everything up so that way we can actually use all the features in the game. And then I'll go back. Anyways, this is the island it generated. So this is not a 3D model. It generated each shape in 3JS, like this little pillar thing and the trees. I use a Cloud Opus Cloud Code for mine. But anti-gravity is great if you for free credits and things, and design. That's what we use it for. Yeah, like low key. I mean, it's the holidays, right? So, what if I just spend a week just working on this for a little bit and fix it up? Because it is a lot of fun. And you know, to be honest, I haven't tried it with the new model. This was 6 months ago, so we used it. We were working. I think it was back then Sonnet 2.5. I can't remember the model name, but yeah. Yeah. Okay, it's also fun, but just right now, I would like a little bit of. I would like to fix some of the bugs and change it so that way when people come on here, they can actually see some of the cool stuff we made. Because right now they can't. It's just like a clicking around thing, and you can shoot, but that's basically it. 20 push-ups. Let's go. Let's go 30. Yeah, dude, work on a game. It's a ton of fun. Don't expect to build anything huge quickly. But with that said, it's a lot of fun. So it's like, I mean, if you spend an hour a day for a year, you might build something pretty cool. I think, okay, the problem with me though is I made the scope of this game way too big. Like maybe if I built a little small game, then I would actually have something that's people could log in and have a good time. But it's okay. Sometimes that's just how it be. Yeah, Cloud Code is good. I recommend it. All right. I am going. What do you guys think? Okay, I'm gonna leave it to. Can I start a poll? Should I work on this the rest of the day or the other thing? How do I do that? How to set up poll YouTube stream chat. So in the live chat area, add create a poll. Okay, that's pretty simple. Oh, yeah, that's really easy. Okay. It only allows me to put in yes or no. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Okay. There we go. All right, let's see. Oh, oh wow. Okay. So a little bit of a discrepancy. Can you guys see the result as it's going? Can we make profitable trading bots? Because I see a lot of posts on Instagram. Okay, my take on this kind of thing, if you want to try to do something like this, again, I probably don't recommend it, but if you want to try to experiment with something like this, I would probably start trying to find, because the Polymarket's API is coming out soon for US people, because it was just allowed, again, early December. I might try experimenting a little bit with using their API to see if I could, because, okay, so the idea here is if there is an opportunity, it's probably not in the stock market, way too much competition. Maybe you find some weird arbitrage correlation type thing in Polymarket. Because the reason I say Polymarket and not Kalshi is just the trading fees are so low, Polymarket. So maybe you find something there, maybe. And it will only exist for a short time if it does. So, but as far as like stock market stuff, way too much competition. Like the sheer amount of intelligence you're competing against is probably not viable. I'm actually a little bit surprised with the results, but fair enough. You know, the people want the investor app, so you know, fair enough. I'm fine working on this too. Can you guys see the results of the poll? Probably, right? Hey, the Keno. I'm sorry, Dark Sky. 83% say work on the investor app. So maybe I'll just do like one or 2 days a week. Yeah, old people vibe. Sorry. It's true. It's true. I have been, but it doesn't really fit with the title of my YouTube stream if I work on the game. I just need to do like 1 or 2 a week where it's just like messing around and working on fun stuff. Maybe I'll do it on Sunday tomorrow. Yeah, that sounds like a good day. On Sunday will be maybe just mess around, work on fun stuff day. Okay, Jack contacts. Okay, so we left off, we were building, kind of doing a little bit of a refactor. Made a little plan for that. And we'll see if the tests pass at the end. How's progress so far? I haven't noticed anything new the past few days. There are no features. Hey, Dark Sky, we did add quite a lot of things. However, you are correct that I'd say the last 2 days has been a lot of bugs. Just kind of ironing out the kinks. I kind of explained at the beginning of the stream that this is a very common thing, and it always has been as projects go. Like, you'll find very rapid progress in the beginning, but the bugs take up just as much time as the actual prototype. Bugs take a lot of time because They usually require, well, depending on how badly it was written to begin with, bugs can be more or less time, but sometimes bugs require a total rewrite of some things, and that can take a while. So you'll notice probably if you go through I would estimate working on a project like this, probably 60 to 70% of the time, maybe even 80% is spent on fixing bugs and just making things sleek as possible. So yeah, that's kind of like you'll probably notice that if you working some stuff, like you might get something really quickly at the beginning, but as soon as you try to release it as like a product, you're going to be spending a lot of time. You'll feel like you're flatlining, but you're not. It's just that's how it is, I suppose. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, everyone's recommending AutoCloud. I will try it. It's a good idea. Yeah, Andre joined at the beginning of the stream as well, so we will try it. I noticed it blew up on YouTube, so it seems like it's pretty popular. Dark Sky, who are you on YouTube again? Didn't you join on YouTube? Right now. Okay. You have convinced me with your demand. Let me look at it real quick. This is AutoCloud. Okay. Oh, there's a lot of features here. Yeah, okay, cool. Impressive. I'm going to try it out. I don't really, I already have this, so what am I doing exactly? Sector. It will definitely help you. It takes a huge amount of time. Sometimes one reason why vibe coding isn't that much vibing. Yeah. That's kind of how it be, at least for the moment. Find security issues in my project. That's good, I guess. That is good to have some extra tools. All right. Oh, I see. It's just an install. I missed this. Okay, cool. They made the setup pretty easy then. It's just an install. Okay. I will launch it. So this is what it looks like. I've authenticated one cloud account. That was quick. So this is the next step. What does memory do? Memory stores discoveries, patterns, insights about your code base. Sounds pretty legit. Oh, cool. Has some semantic search stuff. Okay, let me open a project. Open our data feeds, so that's this here. We'll try building out a few features maybe, or just fix some bugs, either one. Okay, I have to install something, but just homebrew. I use Mac OS 26. No. Wait, let me see what I use. Forgot the version number. I use 15.5 Sequoia. Okay. So let's try a new task. What I'm going to do first, let's see here. It runs tests. Hey, Dosanor, welcome back. Runs tests. Make sure you have no errors. Cool. You did upgrade and it's trash. Hey, rival. Okay. See, this is what I was scared of. I read some things online. I tried it on my phone. I was like, it's so slow, bro. I'm not going to change. I'm not going to risk it. So I'm not even going to upgrade until I feel like it's not slow anymore. Thanks, rival, for letting me know. I wasn't planning to upgrade either. So it's just nice to get some confirmation about that. All right. So let's go ahead and before we do anything else, though, we made a bunch of changes. So I want to not... what are we adding to the git ignore? Oh, auto cloud. I see. So I will try this in a little bit, this auto cloud thing, but I will review our changes first. So rival, what did you, is it just slower? Is that kind of the gist? Yeah, Dark Sky, I did, I watched a little bit of it. I didn't watch the whole thing. So as agent terminals, spawn multiple terminals, run cloud agents. Cool. I see as work trees. It's kind of crazy. One person, well, I'll try it first, but it's cool. One person built all this. In just a few weeks, I guess. Yeah, I won't make any judgments. I'll just try it out a little bit and see if it works for our use case. I'll watch the video later probably. So did you actually run the tests? So you ran some of the end-to-end tests located in this document here. Okay, so we made some pretty large changes. Okay, so now if I ask this question, it should come up with the default LLM as well. We will see. I imagine it'll probably have some errors. So right now, what it currently does, I see that it eventually will generate the default LLM response, but it takes a really long time, which tells me that it's doing the chart generation first, maybe. The way it should work is like immediately the user should start seeing feedback, just like the normal conversations. Like the LLM will start responding. And then the chart will be running in the background, but only when the LLM finishes will it show the UI that it's generating the chart. That's kind of the idea here. So it's telling me that somehow that chart generation is freezing the default LLM. What are you using for vibe coding? I'm using Cloud Code. Also, it looks like the chart generation is freezing the default LLM response. So I noticed that it says it succeeded in the chart generation. So I'm going to reload and just out of curiosity. Okay, interesting. Oh, same here. Ukpand. I get lots of emails. They're like, we can help your app. I think it's because our email is public via the app. So people just scrape it, just send like 100 emails. Another component of this, the way this should work is one message is that default LLM. It should literally be a second message in the UI. It's like the LLM is sending another message that will have the chart generation. That's kind of what I was envisioning. I'm gonna make another poll. I'm actually kind of curious about a lot of stuff. I think it's like You know, I can ask questions to you guys, but like the poll is nice because okay, 14 votes. I can learn more about like just the people here, so I'm gonna start another one. Okay. Do you think Cloud Code is free for students by any chance? I haven't looked at the student plans yet. Let me see. So I think the reason why this one's taking 5 minutes is because it's running the much larger test suite, so it might take a while. So I'm just gonna let it chill for a little bit. Jackson says, oh no. My guess on what's happening here is I think it's freezing right when we start doing the chart generation. Because I don't see any errors or anything. And I noticed that when it finished, then everything loaded in. Hey, Apto, it's an investor app. You can generate a lot of different types of charts. Okay, cool. So we're almost there, I think, because so it generated the LLM response. We're changing this right now, so you're going to always receive a response from the LLM, and then you may or may not receive a chart. We're going to do a little bit of validation in the beginning. That's like, does this question merit a chart or not? And in this case, we can answer it with a chart, so we'll generate it too. We just have to fix the UI display that happened there. I see a random ad about someone who created a trading bot. Yeah, someone asked that a little earlier. Maybe we could do it for fun. I don't think that'll be a anything part of the app, but maybe just as a little bit of a fun little thing. We generate some questions, kind of like this, right? Maybe we generate a bunch of questions, very similar to our today's brief, where we have these questions at the bottom. That's yesterday's, so I'll show you today's. So I turned on allow weekends. These are our questions for today. It noticed yesterday that Disney is up 40% from the low. And so it's asking, hey, what are the forward returns? It's like not great compared to Disney's normal returns. So we can make a little trading bot that's sort of just like, just paper trading, probably. Unless it's good. No, just kidding. But it could be just like maybe a little fun thing to do. The reason I don't think it'll be good if you guys are wondering. It's just because there's so much competition in this kind of space when you're doing short-term trading, especially. So I can't imagine these types of questions would outperform, especially after taxes and everything. But these questions are mostly for just educational / entertainment purposes. Like you can read it and be like, this is interesting. Might help. Maybe 1% of it helps you make some decision, but nothing too crazy, I would say. But with that said, maybe I'm wrong. Never know. Maybe if we try it, it actually somehow does well. But it would require us to do some more testing. A lot of testing, actually. I suppose if we did run like a little paper trading thing, we would then look at our Sharpe ratio and everything that we built out here. So we keep track of it every day for like a year. It trades every week, maybe, based on the questions. And we see how it does. This Sharpe ratio will tell us if it's a good risk-adjusted strategy. If it's high, that means we didn't... okay. But even if we did do that, there's another component we would need to build out, which is you not only need to choose what to buy, but you got to choose how to size it for your portfolio. So do you do 100% of your portfolio in each? Probably not. That's probably one of the bigger questions. But we could maybe just put in some prompts like pretend you're a professional poker player or something, and you know a lot about risk-adjusted strategies, and make a little trading bot and just see how it does. No real alpha in public markets. I'd say your main alpha in public markets for a retail person is time, because a lot of the players that participate, they do it on shorter time frames than you. So they'll play for a year or two, maybe even the next 3 years. But because they have people that they're beholden to, they're investors who really care about the time frames, a lot of times they're more short-term oriented. So that's probably one of the biggest edges that you have, is if you're willing to invest for a longer time frame, you have a longer term view of things. That's why, like a trading bot, your competition is so high if you're doing short-term time frames. I mean, just incredibly high. But like I was saying earlier, a trading bot maybe would be more fun to try with like Polymarket or something, like these newer markets that there's not as many competitors. You could try it, right? It's like I might try just for fun, but nothing crazy. Okay, so supposedly it passed. Let's fix the UI thing. So it appears that it does load in correctly after we reload the page, but it freezes at some point. So it's like the LLM starts to run, and I think it's freezing during the chart generation, and then when we reload the page, everything's correct. So take a look at that. I'm going to go ahead and commit a few things. Don't give up, boy. How'd you recommend finding a technical co-founder for monetizable SaaS? I think it's good to start with people you know, maybe people you met in college. That's kind of been my what I've seen is the case. It's usually like if you look at YC companies, a lot of their co-founders are people that went to the same college, they're friends for a long time. The reason is like it's kind of like you're getting into a relationship, a long-term relationship. If you don't know them very well, there's a lot that can go wrong. So it helps if you already know them. Okay, so before I send that chat, I'm going to commit probably just the chat stuff for now. because we haven't, the test passed, but we should rerun the today's brief just to make sure everything's good. This is, we're committing this, none of this stuff yet. This is docs, so that's fine. This poll is kind of interesting. You guys are split pretty 50-50. Between the, I guess, 60-40. It's a good point. Picking good co-founder is probably the hardest thing about building a startup. Yeah. Yeah. I would probably agree. Hey, Jonah. Antivirus? That's strange. So what it's currently doing, if we go to prismdatafeed.com, it's just a default, this default Squarespace site. I don't actually use Squarespace. It's just because it's set up on Squarespace domains. Because Google domain is ending, so they are forwarding all the domains to Squarespace domains. Anyways, all that being said, the site's not up yet, so there's nothing here. Maybe your whatever you have set up doesn't like a default Squarespace site or something. I don't know. But there's nothing on here. It's just a little. Anyways. I'm going to make another poll. This is actually kind of fun. What's... I'm just going to put an other. I know there's lots of others, but this is going to get too big. Some people are been switching to the OpenAI models recently, so just curious. I think while we wait, I'm probably going to... Good, that works. Actually, I'm going to fix this because it's just too short. So right now we log out the user. Our auth expiry is, I think like 2 hours or something. Can we change it to be 24 hours? I'm signing in real quick. The issue is likely the thinking config, maybe. Let's see if that works out of curiosity. I want it to be like really fast, have feedback like really quickly. So we are not achieving that at the moment. Is there any way, okay, so can we optimize this somehow to get feedback really quickly, similar to when they don't attach data? I guess what's happening is like whatever metadata thing we're doing at the beginning just takes a long time. I think I would prefer it being really fast and it doesn't have the metadata of the question. Hey, Marcus, do you think you could ever go back to corporate sweet job after vibe coding? A lot of these corporate sweet jobs, they're also pushing this kind of stuff too, a lot. With that said, I would return if nothing works out. Like I would prefer doing it this way because this is a lot of fun. If if I could make money this way somehow, but I guess I would if it's not possible. Or it's not possible for me. I know it's possible, but I just don't build good products. In which case, oh well, it is what it is. At least I tried, you know. You'll look at it at the end of the day, be like, okay, well, I tried, and that's fine. Hey, Signy. There's actually some people on Twitch today. That's pretty dope. But I am going to test one thing before I send this chat. I'm just going to make sure the config get changed. And okay, see, it all shows up when I reload. When did you leave your last job? The startup was a bit ago, but the like corporate SWE job was like a year and a half ago, like the very traditional corporate kind of thing. I guess I would prefer more of a startup kind of thing, but maybe not as small as the last one. Maybe over 100 people. So it's a little more established. I think I'd prefer that. I'm not going to send this because I'm not totally sure if this is the problem. So I'm going to ask it to try to identify it first. I'd like you to try to identify what the problem is with why the feedback doesn't appear quickly. I was thinking it's maybe the metadata thing, but I think it's more likely UI related. Somehow it's getting stuck and frozen when it starts to generate. What do you think? List 3 possible reasons. Okay, so mostly Gemini 3 and Opus 415. I'll make another poll out of curiosity. Okay, I'm gonna start another poll. This one's a little bit weird. It's a little weird poll. So apologies if it's a little stupid. Okay, I can only put so many characters in, so I can't type out what I'm exactly meaning. You left your man, your face is for finance things. So people have been saying that to me ever since college. It's kind of funny. I left my corporate job at the vibe coding was taboo. My managers who had 20 years of experience or 20 years of code. Other tabs. Oh, that's funny. The thing I see with vibe coding is everyone, rightfully so, wants to work on their own thing. Yeah, that's true. It's the dream, right? You know, whether or not it's actually possible. Well, it is possible. It's just hard, right? What's the actual probability? I don't know. Most likely 1 or 2 event name. Okay. Oh, it actually tried to fix it, which it didn't really want, but we will see if it works. I kind of wanted to just ideate a little bit, but. See, I want it very quickly. Oh, pretty good. A little too slow. And then what I want is I want it to say generating chart here. Well, it's so the user always knows what's going on. Okay, it's close. Please make a change so the second message that's being sent, it will show after the first one is completed, and it will just say generating chart. There'll be a little loading thing, but it will only appear after the first one has fully rendered on the screen. All the loading in terms of the that fade in that you do is done. Then it starts the second message, does a little fade in of the second message of the generating chart with the loading bar. And then right now that second message doesn't appear until you reload. So we have to correct that a little bit as well. So I'm going to probably commit that because that's pretty good. Fix a bug where message not appearing. Do we have another test suite because you only ran 24? I think we have a larger one. It should be the end-to-end tests for the whole thing, starting from the today's brief. It's in this file here. Now let's be real. Vibe developer versus non-Vibe non-developer is huge gap. Job and they slandered AI. Yeah, it's kind of like what it's kind of like what Karpathy said the other day. Karpathy, however you pronounce it. I feel like people can get it outdated a little bit quickly. So they maybe were comparing to a model 3 to 6 months ago, but it's changed a lot already since then. Opus 4.5 is a huge step up, I think. So, yeah. I'll look up how to pronounce Karpathy pronunciation. I want to butcher his name every time. Karpathy. Okay, so the Firebase token expire in 1 hour. Let's go ahead and make it 24 hours. Wait, what exactly is going on here? Problem is not. Gotcha. Yeah, that sort of makes sense. Go ahead and do that. Hey, Suryo. Yeah, I'm using Firebase. I ended the poll, but I don't see the results. Oh, there it is. Yeah. SAS trying to make money. Something in between 2 and 3. Okay, cool. So pretty evenly split here. I would have used Codebase since it's open source and free. Well, I like Firebase because the authentication is very easy. Does Codebase have that as well? Let me check. Okay, they do too. So also an option, I suppose. The thing that you were talking about. Oh, thanks, Marcus. It's not too late. Yeah, we'll use that terminology once it finishes here. Yeah, run those two, the integration ones. Oh. I guess I kind of got used to Firebase. I've been using it for basically every project. So I'll just stick with what it works. I like it. I don't pay anything. Very easy. But I know Codebase is probably very similar as far as setup goes. Are you unemployed now? Yeah, I'm doing this. Okay. So add on text done, on chart started. Actually, I'm curious on another thing. I'm gonna make another poll. 1 second. I'm mainly asking this because I've heard this from my friends and my girlfriend, so I'm just curious if everyone else has the same experience. Okay. I'm just curious. Yeah, Firebase is, I think, most expensive. I suppose that's true. Yeah, if I actually have users, for me right now, it's free, right? It's on the free plan, so. I'm going to try this first. If it works, then I'll look at the changes, see what it did. If it doesn't work, then we will go ahead and try some of the different terminology to capture what we're attempting to say. Oh, perfect. So it came in with a generating chart. I think it would be nice if it's like a loading thing, but overall, that's good. I host my projects on, depends if it's just like a little prototype, Vercel, but usually move it off at some point. Google Cloud and EC2. So this is kind of what I want. Just a little overview. So while the user's waiting, but I would prefer, I think this one takes a while because there's like, I think there's 3,000 occurrences. So maybe we'll try a simpler one just to, another option we could do is really limit the amount of occurrences because right now we don't. So it could be 10,000. It does time out after a while, but, oh, so in this case, it actually did time out, which is interesting. Let me look at the warp. I think it got a timeout, but I think it actually was successful if I reload, in which case we have another probably UI type bug. Oh, actually it did. Strange. But on the back end, it says it worked, so we will figure it out. You save a lot more money when using VM. VPS, just let me know. Oh, right. You're talking about when you scale out, yeah. But in the beginning, it's free, right? When I'm just working on prototypes, just deploy to Vercel. Like, but yeah, you're right. Once you really get going, you should definitely go somewhere else, most likely. But that's what I will do when I have a big enough project that justifies doing that. So I'm going to paste the logs here. I noticed in Warp, the logs say we were successful, but then we got a chart generation timeout. Any idea? Whoa. But I do not want it to make any changes, so I'm going to tell it no changes at the moment for the code, just ideation. I'm going to simplify the question a little bit. Just so I can make sure that our other UI question is working. That's why I don't want to make any changes. I think I forgot one thing. That last one. I forgot to attach the data. Can you turn on the subtitles? Who are you talking to? Anyways, I usually used Azure DevOps for literally everything, but I was, geez. Nice, yeah. Okay, gotcha. So the reason it timed out was a front-end connection thing. We set it to 60 seconds. So yeah, go ahead and make it 120. Make it 300. One thing I hate about Vercel is that you can't undeploy. Yeah, you kind of have to delete it, right? Yeah. Oh, I see. It's the thread itself times out in 60 seconds. Gotcha. Okay, so, but still, same thing. 300 is good. Okay, let's run it again. No, yes. Cool. Interesting. For the generating chart message, can we have a little bit more interactive loading by chance? So the message should have some sort of circle, maybe something a little more creative, but some sort of interactive thing that's happening while it's generating. Before I do that, I'm going to commit though, because pretty good progress. These are the tests. Okay, appears we got an error, so I'm curious what happened here. Curious if this is one of those where you reload. Yep, Surio, we've worked on this. That's our main product. I'm going to run it over here. And I'm also going to have this go. Yeah. Right now, this question fails. Here are the logs. But it fails with a success message, so I'm curious. Could be another timeout thing that we added. Can you check it's not a timeout issue as well? Since I don't see error in logs. I think we'll remove this. I think we already did on the email, the alpha text. Our main goal is just to make everything very clear, even though I know that's kind of basic. These buttons are just for the admin, in case anyone's wondering. I'm just using it because I want to see the latest charts. Because it normally wouldn't run on the weekend. Okay, cool. It says it added some nice little animation. Let's try it. Yeah, maybe Marcus. Is there any cheap AI API? Hey, that's actually that's not too bad. That's actually kind of funny. All right, cool. We got a little animation. So this one is currently investigating why that last one failed, this conversation here. I wish there was a way we can maybe make this faster. So this one has 300 occurrences. This is the speed at which it was able to aggregate it. We are using the Flash model, so I don't really know how we could eke out any extra speed. Yeah, it's not bad. The animation I'm happy with, actually. So we can maybe mess around with it a little more later, but as far as the first iteration is pretty good. Okay, this is finding a problem. This is an LLM error or the issue with our mapper. Let me try one of the ones that used to run really quickly. Right now, there's still quite a bit of gap between when the user sends the message and the initial text. Can you go ahead and audit the way it currently works? And we're going to try to find some optimization maybe that could save. Right now, I'd say it takes about 2-3 seconds for it to start rendering text on the page. We want to get it down, if possible, to something that feels really responsive. It'll be a little tricky, probably. Not really sure how good we can get it. But I do know what it is on the basic. When you send this without attaching the data, I'll show you guys. It's usually pretty quick. Right, so we made it so you can't send multiple at the moment. Multiple chats, so we should probably fix that. Don't forget the mini water. We're using the separate model for the response itself and a separate model for the chart. So we're using the same model for both. Don't forget to drink water. Yes. So both are using the Flash model. I couldn't find an API for charts like what we're doing, so we kind of built our own little. That was a lot of the effort, is like building that, getting that working. Okay, so if I send this message, how quickly does it? Okay, so that's like probably a second, right? So let's, I'm going to read this. Make it bigger, I guess. Sorry, it's kind of hard to read, but if I make it bigger, it just, this is not a supported feature for me from Cloud Code that it will adjust the lines. Oh, actually kind of did this time. Oh, nice. So you can see it's like giving us how much time for each thing estimated. So we try to figure out which part is causing the slowdown. So when we normally send the chat without the chart generation, this is what we're experiencing. That's why it took like a second when we tried it without anything. Probably, maybe a mix of these two. One of the issues is that when the user is normally chatting without attaching the data, it's probably 2 seconds faster, maybe even 3 seconds for showing the first text. So there's something that we did. I'm guessing it's related to like that metadata thing where we attach the data. Something is a blocker for a decent amount of time. So let's compare the two. Oh, same for you, Marcus. Yeah, there's not much we can do about that, but we can fix probably a little bit of what we're doing. I think if we can just minimize the time that there's nothing happening, so the user always feels like stuff is going on, that would be good. And it would make me want to use it more too. So. Wait, I have another question for you guys too. I've been curious about this. You know, I think there's a very loud percentage of people, and I'm just curious if it's everyone. Did any of you ever find? I'm not going to bias the question at all. Just keep it unbiased. Let's see, what did it say? So the issue is that Stream LLM Response creates a new Gemini client, while normal chat uses the pre-created shared client. Oh, fantastic. So that's kind of a quick fix. We might see it might be a little faster now. So that's just going to change, do a little refactor there. Indonesia, cool. Hey, we have a company we have some data from a company that operates there. It's C Limited. They have Shopee. Do you use Shopee? So can we ask some questions on Shopee? how does CLimited do when it... Oh, this is great, yeah. Kind of gives a little context before the charts generates while they can wait. But it's still slow. I think it was faster for this part, so that's good. But I'm going to validate that it is using the Flash model. I'm pretty sure it is, but I'm just going to double check. Can you just double check that the Gemini 3 Flash is, when it's selected in the chat page, that it's hooked up to the actual pipeline model? Yeah, you know, for me, I've done a lot of prep to make sure I have the time. So I'll just say that. Because it's, I really want to do this. It's one of my, yeah, I'll just say that. So, unemployment. Well, yeah, that, I mean, that's true too, of course. Wait, really? Oh, okay, but it is using the Gemini 3 Flash. Okay. So we hard-coded that the chart code generation uses Gemini 3 Flash, so it doesn't respect what the user selected here. So we want to fix that, so that way in the future when we're doing some tests, we can check how the different charts, you know, if we have an error with one chart, sometimes it happens the Flash model kind of messes up, chooses the wrong helpers and things. Yeah, we want the chart pipeline to respect the drop-down too. I'm going to commit first. I'm just going to keep it because I got to beat the... Hey, Gremlin, how's it going? So you want to see things that might speed up vibing? Have you seen Oh My Open Code? I haven't seen that. Maybe take a look here. So I assume this is it right here. A lot of stars. Software revolution by creating a world where agent generate code. Quite the message. Let's see here. Okay, what can it do? Let's go to that. I wish more of these would include like a little video so I can see what it does more easily. But I'll bookmark it and check it out later. Do you think vibe coding actually saves time rather than coding? Yeah, it does. So it depends a little bit what you're doing though. For web dev, very good. Web apps. Yeah, but I would say it's more the latter, right? As your code base gets more and more complex, you do quite a bit of the thinking, and the design choices. You do those. You use the AI to rubber duck. So in other words, you're like talking to it and help you ideate. But you make the decisions. You make decisions on the architecture. Again, using the AI to help you. So it's just kind of an assistant. You can think of it as just like a little employee that you ask questions. And yeah, so that's kind of the general idea. And he does a lot of the coding. In fact, most of it, the lower level. Yeah, you're right, Marcus. You can definitely do that. How to build a web app for my dad's company. Nice. About creating big features in Lovable and smaller changes in anti-gravity. Kind of depends what you're using Lovable for. Maybe you like that it's easy to deploy or something. I don't really see anything wrong with it necessarily, but I haven't tried that kind of workflow. How to get into this project. I'd recommend you just kind of, work on some stuff. You can download some IDEs and have fun with it. See if you like it. See if you like programming. I think it's a good way to potentially learn programming. It helps you get over the first step of there's a lot of friction when you first start to have something on the page, but it can be very visual, and you can use the AI to help you learn. It's a great teacher. You're like, how does this work? And you can figure out if you like programming. Maybe you really don't like it. Not everyone will enjoy the process. So I just recommend trying it out, see if you like it. And yeah, that's what I would do if I was starting. Cool. So I think we committed the last thing, but let me double check. All right, we made a few more changes, which is that right, we wanted to make it so the chart generation respects what I select here, because it was just hard-coded, the Gemini 3 model. It seems pretty good, just passing it in. You have Regis cache on your today's brief tab. Nope, just a simple little cache. There's not really a lot of data here. In memory, doesn't need to be, but eventually once you scale, yeah, you start doing that stuff. Fast delivery is sort of important for the user experience, I would say. But for now, I'm not worried too much. It's fast enough. And we will do the rest later. Love coding. What I despise is TypeScript. But it's not like you can wave it away, right? What do you not like about it, I guess? I guess it's a little more wordy, if that's maybe what you mean. Or you just don't like... Yeah, thanks. Cool. So let's work on the next feature. I'm happy that we got that done today. Got this... it definitely does improve the experience for these charts. That it's a little more refined, a little more feedback, and like people understand what's happening when you attach the data. But now we'll work on the next thing, which is also kind of important, which is these are going to be simple questions now, and we have the implementation lined up now. But I don't think it's exactly hooked up, because when we last generated this, it's still using the complex questions. So we need to flip these, add the new UI component, And this one will be disabled by default, but I will keep it enabled for me to start. So I think I was doing it over here. Maybe it was under this one. Yeah, here it is. Oh no, that's not either. What about this one? Oh. Okay, I guess we must have lost our conversation context, but it's okay because we saved a document. Take a look at this document. MCP is like a it's like a little intermediary layer between the AI and like some tool, and it basically is an interface. It explains how the AI should call an API or call some software. It's kind of like just defining a way that the AI can use a certain tool. I've never used an MCP that I've liked, but I do acknowledge there are some that do have use cases. Like I think the Archon one, there could be scenarios. For me, I think given my situation, yeah, it's not really super useful at the moment, but it could be. If you have a huge document database and you need fast search for the AI. However, do you need an MCP for it? I don't know. Like you could just technically have this database available, and then you just tell Cloud to make a script that calls that database. Why do you need an MCP server? That's always the part that I get hung up with the MCP stuff. I could just ask Cloud to make me a little script that's calling this thing. That's calling this API. That's calling something else. Why do I need another intermediary layer where I gotta send a request out, then they send a request over here, and also that MCP is a black box, so I have no idea how it's working. Whereas with the script, I can change it however I like. If there is a bug with the MCP, I can't fix it either, unless it's open source, in which case I can. So that's good. But sometimes it isn't. Anyways, those are all my things that I think. I know some people don't agree, but oh wait, I remember I made a poll. How many people use MCPs? Yeah. So 90% say no. Okay. Interesting. Anyways, I guess only 11 people, but anyways. Docs / yeah, and then there's so much marketing. Like, I think people just latched onto this term. I mean, we've probably tried, I don't know, 9 or 10 MCPs, and every single one, it's like, okay, but like, is it helping me right now? Like, maybe there is a select use case, but I can't quite make it work for me. Yeah. I think part of it, I'm jaded because I tried a lot of them, and I used up a lot of time trying them. So one of the problems is there's so many MCPs, and I haven't been able to find value in any of them yet for me. So at some point, I'm just like, okay, if there's 1 in 1,000 that is useful, that's cool, but like, how do I find them? Like, if someone could build an MCP ranking site that is like totally true and used by the users, and like there's tons of reviews, and I try it and it works, then I'll change my opinion. I'll be like, yeah, this is dope. Actually, speeding me up, and I'm happy. Of all the coding agents you use, which one would you recommend the most? Opus 4.5. So, okay, docs / there's a doc in here for specifically our new simple questions that we're adding. Can you find it real quick? Yeah, question of the day is what it's called. So here, I take a look at what we've implemented thus far. We haven't, looks like we haven't hooked it up to the UI quite yet, but double check my understanding. By default, we're going to go ahead and, I won't do that quite yet. We'll do that at the very end. Yeah, exactly, hot dog. Exactly. Adding more context needs to be justified. Like, it has to be a really good reason to add the extra context. And if they're adding in a bunch of context that can mess with, I mean, just the context, the length alone is going to affect the performance. But if they're, especially if they're adding things that are irrelevant or shouldn't be added, then it's really going to cause some bad performance. So that's also why I'm a little skeptical too. It's just my experience with like using the model. I notice whenever we're passing in huge files, it's really sucks. So so I'm very skeptical of doing that unless it's very clear this is adding benefit. And Gremlin, I'm not saying you're wrong, right? Like 100%, if you found something that worked for you and you notice it's helping you, then in some ways I'm wrong, right? Like I'm saying something like, I'm just saying, I guess for me right now, I can't really vouch for any of them at the moment. Archon, I couldn't really give it a real solid shot because of my computer, but just thinking about it as I was using it, I couldn't quite come up with anything that would help me or save time. So, being jaded thing, web devs experience in a nutshell, lock in on one. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's kind of the history of web dev, I guess. Always something new. Okay, so not yet implemented. No front-end components, missing the questions of the day. Great. Let's go ahead and add all of those things except the collapsible. We're not going to do that. It's going to be the same as all the other components. They can set it in the preferences if they want it. No collapsible is needed. Go ahead and change the plan too if it has that as a thing we're going to do, because we're not. For sure. All models are always out of date by nature of the training. Yeah, for sure. By the way, if there's any new people here, feel free if you want to join. I'll just send this link here for the Discord. So it'll be like a little community of builders. Is kind of the idea. Let me check my notes. There's some other stuff we were going to do today. Right, we're going to fix another kind of important bug, which is this is broken at the moment. We broke it, I think, when we did something with mobile. Can't remember exactly. So I think right now, if I remember correctly, if I send this message, how does Instagram reviews do? Or what are I'll just do what are the most common complaints? And then I specifically attach the mobile data. Oh, right, this was the bug. This is no longer hooked up somehow. I don't remember how exactly. Somehow we broke the connection between for our mobile profiles. I think it's maybe related to we moved it to Firebase, or we're storing it there now. But I think we hooked it up somehow on this page though. On the front end, we're not able to get the profiles, so I'm not really sure. Go ahead and do an audit of this system and try to figure it out. All right, guys, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to... Wait, why is it modifying our personas? That's kind of funny. So it's going to our Robert, the retiree. And it's saying he can enable the advanced analysis and settings if he wants. Okay, cool. Don't know how that got brought in there, but it's okay. And I will go grab a coffee, so I'll be right back. Hello everyone, back. 2026 will be a year of great revenue. Yes. We will see. But I appreciate the vibes. So, okay, do you want to proceed? What is it doing? It is looking at the changes of our last 20 commits. It's kind of a fun thing that it does, but in this case, it doesn't really apply because it didn't change in the last 20 commits. It's changed a long time ago. Just try to figure it out now. No. Okay, so it added our little components to our preferences. That is another thing we have to do. Okay, gotta sign in again. Make it rain? Yes. We need to simplify our preferences a little bit because it's getting too long. Maybe just combine a few categories. I don't see the question of the day here. I wonder if it put it in the morning. Oh, it's not here either. Oh, there it is. Weird. I just kind of wanted to be a toggle, just like the other ones. Are financially free yet? I don't know. Some people come on here and they're like, "You're already financially free." I'm like, okay. It just depends how you define it, I guess. The way I define it is just like, are my software products paying for my expenses for forever, essentially. That's how I define it. And you don't have to go back to a job. So the answer to that is no. That particular question. Maybe I should change the title. I don't know, so people don't get confused. Because like it seems like everyone has their own definition. So. Hi guys, sorry this is my first time here. What project are we working on? Confused. Hi Tim. Sorry to confuse you. We're working on this, it's like an investment tool. This is the homepage. So you get a personalized brief. It's like a newsletter, you could think of it. But it's personalized to what you own. So if you own like a video or something. And then you're going to get it in your email every morning and evening. And then additionally, this tool can like track your portfolio. I think it's loading. Okay, there we go. Can track your portfolio. So you have all your stats, got some statistics, your portfolio performance. It's like more detailed statistics. And then you can do research. So you can create a bunch of charts, ask questions. Like maybe you're wondering, how does Apple do Actually, let's try a really open-ended one. How does Apple do given its current situation? An extremely open-ended question, and we'll let the LLM determine what type of situation Apple is in and see if it generates any charts that would be of interest. I think ideally we should try to. Is this a UI library or AI UI? So we use some, I think we did add Shade CN, but we don't use it for very much yet. Oh no, we never did. That's right. We decided not to add it. So we use recharts for the charts. As far as the UI, it's mostly kind of AI generated, but we do iterate a lot. So you'll notice a lot of times on the streams where you can look at the history of the streams and just click around. You notice like the initial versions look pretty bad, so it took a lot of like time to iterate to make it look like something that we like. So let's see what chart it generates. I mean, given the type of question and how vague it was, I think it's actually not too bad. It's just comparing the Apple's performance to the S&P the last year. Doesn't really answer the question, but to be fair, we were not super clear. So how does Apple do in the next year, given the situation it's currently in? How does Apple usually do? And so I'm purposefully letting the LLM try to figure out what are you talking about? What situation? And see what it does. Can you ask identify above average EPS, which are not overvalued? I think we store EPS, but I have to double check, but we will try it. Can't remember. So someone asked, what's vibe code? I would look up the definition according to Karpathy. Look up this. So it's a type of development where you guide an AI with natural language, focus on the desired outcome, rather than by line coding. That's how I would define it. Have you tried Godel? I have tried Godel. It's pretty cool. It was just a little too pricey for me personally, but I'm a big fan of Martin Shkreli's podcasts, and I mean not podcasts, his streams that he does. They're really great for learning. Like specifically his modeling podcasts, or I mean, I keep calling podcasts, his streams, his finance streams. So I really like that stuff. I vibe code sometimes. I'm impressed with the quality of the app. Oh, thanks. So Apple's forward returns after a 3% daily price increase for Sunny Day. Yeah, Shkreli is he's certainly a character, but I like his I like that he's been sharing all this, and he has for a long time. His blog, which I don't think he does anymore, was really good too. So this is pretty good. So we asked a really open-ended question. We were like, how does Apple do given what's happening? And then it's like, I think it maybe figured out that Apple recently had a 3% daily gain, which I suppose we will check. But it wasn't recently, right? It wasn't in the last 5 days, I don't see. Hmm. I'm trying to figure out if we can make this less of a black box, like where I could actually ask a question. Because I think there will be a lot of users who want to know how this was made, right? They're like, okay, but like specifically, how can I trust this data? How did you make this? And we can maybe share the internal process with the user potentially, like a little bit, so they can ask questions like, why did you choose the 3% daily price increase, right? Because we can answer that question. We have all the information. We just have to expose like a lot of metadata to this chat about how it was made. And then the user can ask a follow-up, and we just share this metadata in the chat context here. And that might be a good strategy. So let's go ahead and create a little doc for that. Okay, cool. Supposedly it fixed this other bug too, so we will try that on another tab. Hey Alex, I explained it just a moment ago, so I don't mean to blow you off, but I'm going to put a little thing in the chat. I just discovered a new feature for the app and I may need to pivot. Did this happen to you as well? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, if you look at the beginning of the stream, that's exactly what happened. In some sense, we added a bunch of tabs and then we're like, we got to simplify this. And we kind of nail it down to 3 different things we want to offer and simplifies, like keep simplifying it to, any co-founders? No co-founders, just me doing this. Okay, let's check this bug. Okay, cool. So our profiles are here now. We don't have Instagram. We just have the companies, which I'd rather have the apps themselves, but it's okay for now. So I don't believe this question is going to work because I remembered it kind of broke with the app data. So how does Instagram, what are the most recent complaints? What are the most recent complaints with this Instagram? No mobile app profile selected. So we will try to fix this error. And I will pull up the error in the back end here. What is the STT tool you use? I believe you're talking about the terminals. I use iTerm 2. So we currently got this error. No mobile app profile selected. Before you begin, can you tell me what the problem is, if you can find it? We changed a lot of things since this was last tested, so I'm not really sure what it could be. I think over here, we're going to create a plan for... Oh, no, I'm not going to erase this yet. Here's a summary. Yeah, definitely not erasing this because this has important context we're going to use to answer the next questions. I'm going to clear this one. And we're going to create a plan for what we talked about a moment ago. So I want you to create a new document. This is going to be a planning documents and docs, and it's going to be under the folder of metadata exposure in chat, and make it under the document implementation plan, MD. And what we're going to try to do in the research chat is we want to expose for the chart generation the metadata of how the chart was generated. This will include storing a bunch of information about what years did we use, why we came up with the LLM's going to actually supply this metadata. Why did we choose a certain category? For example, if the user was open-ended, like some situation, they say, what happened to Apple given this situation, right? But they're really vague. We're going to have the LLM explain why it chose certain categories. So one category is going to be the signal. Another category is going to be the months, potentially if the user did not provide the time periods for each of the points, the data points. So the data like granularity. Another type of metadata would be like you could actually include metadata in about which chart they chose for the question. And I want you in this implementation plan, this is more of a design plan actually, so let's name this design.md. You're going to come up with some ideas for additional things. The main goal is that the user is probably going to have questions. They have a chart, they're like, how did you make this chart? Is this real? These are kind of the concerns that they have. And so we're going to allow them to ask questions, follow-up questions about it. So in the design, I want you to include all that stuff. And I think even currently, when the user is talking, we don't actually provide the context of the prior chart generation to the question. So we'll have to implement, that'll be part of our implementation as well. Oh man, this is a long one. Okay, so we create this doc and we're gonna then review it. Sorry guys, I feel like I just like yapping, but that's, I don't want it to mess it up. So I'm just saying what we're doing. Just talking in your guys' ear. Okay, hallucinations actually less common in today's models unless you are developing with brand new technologies. Oh, hallucinated bugs in LM generated code. As you work, you'll kind of notice some bugs that reoccur, and every model tends to have its own little. It's funny, every time a new model comes out and you start using it, you start noticing that it has certain quirks. So for example, when we were working on the game a while back, like 6 months ago, Gemini used to just be really just believing everything you say, right? Like if I ask a question, it'll just assume everything I said is right and it won't correct me. Opus 4.5 is much better at that, but it does have its own things where it tries to create code that will not break for existing users. So it adds fallbacks. It will not change anything in the database. It will always pretend you have a ton of users that they cannot delete old code and all this kinds of stuff. So this is like the quirk of Opus 4.5. And unfortunately, even though we add system prompts, we try to constantly tell it we have been unable thus far to get that quirk out of it. So a lot of it's just me looking at the code and identifying that it did it again, and then I delete it. And so I just keep doing that. So to answer your question, it's just a matter of like you look at the code, like I just scan it. You identify the quirks that are very common, and you look at the code, and then you tell it to remove it and fix that. Don't do it, or just do it yourself, whatever you prefer. But yeah, it'll hallucinate sometimes too, right? So, and the hallucination tends to be it forgets how your system works. So that's why we create these docs, because we very clearly document this is how our system works. We pass it in when it needs it, and then it will hallucinate less because it knows that this file exists. Sometimes they'll try to re-implement a file. It doesn't know that it's there. So that's why creating this document is going to help that we're doing here for the hard stuff. Yes, GitHub desktop. No bugs allowed. Unfortunately, no. It's sad. Okay, it might actually work. We will see. Wait, what? Yeah, okay, so the problem with this is the data is not specific enough. We didn't pass the data like schema specifically enough, so it thinks like we're going to answer this with a bunch of other random stuff. So we've had this this bug before, and I remember I've seen it in our tests. So I think we never actually fixed this one. I think this means it's getting the data. We will see once I can reload and look at the script, I guess. Actually, we can just see if there's any errors. That'll probably tell us. Yeah, I think it did. That's good. Cool, this might actually be a simple fix and this will be working. That's cool. So take a look at this image and the logs. This is a error that we have in our, we see in our tests as well. Something's wrong with our, either the mapper or the helper or the chart renderer. I'm pretty sure it's not the chart renderer, it's the mapper or helper. So go ahead and take a look, try to identify why we didn't save the count. Should be one of the fields. It could also be related to when we're passing into the interface to the LLM, we don't actually specify that it needs to put in the count. Or rather, sorry, that part is not right. I'm going to remove the last part. The rest of it's right though. The prompt engineering tips are somewhat negligible. Yeah. Actually, I agree, Marcus. I think the thing that helps the most is having a human in the loop as quickly as possible in the feedback. So if you decrease the time for the feedback loop, and one of the ways to do that is creating documents first, then you can keep course correcting the LLM faster. So if you're able to course correct it 10 times in 10 minutes, that's going to be faster than waiting for a whole, these huge ass pipelines of the LLM's checking and then it finally implements and then only a human gets the feedback 30 minutes later. I feel like that's a slower process because there's going to be bugs. There's going to be misdirections, misunderstandings, and even your process of figuring out what you want, you talking to the AI helps. So all of those things, I think that's why I prefer this workflow. But then again, like I said before, I'm open-minded. If I try something and I feel like it helped me, I won't change my opinion there. Yeah. You can drag. Yeah, you can bring images in. I like Cloud Code. So we created our little doc here about how we wanted to iterate and allow the user to ask questions about the chart and things like this, about how it was made. So we're going to read it. so many docs now I can't actually find them, so I have to go in here. Oh, this is not actually what we're trying to find. It's called metadata exposure. There it is. Yes. LM provides reasoning for its choices. Yep. Yeah, that's great. The next thing to figure out though, okay, this is all fine. I guess I'll finish reading first. Yes, all that sounds good. Yep. Build chart, okay. Maybe even a little too much, a little too much metadata. I don't think we need this many. This is a lot of stuff here. Random seed. Yeah, we don't need to do that. That's a lot of work. Go ahead and simplify what you've done here. We don't need all that metadata. A little too much, I think. The second part that I want to talk about is we need to have some way of determining on the user follow-up questions whether we're going to generate another chart. We need to have some sort of router kind of system, right? It's another router. Like we have our data schema router, but unfortunately we're going to need another router. Even if the user connects data, they might not always want a chart. Sometimes they just want to ask a question based on the current conversation context. That includes the metadata. Right now, we kind of always assume that they're attaching data because they want a chart. So unfortunately, we're going to need another router at the very beginning of like, is this user trying to get a chart? Does this user want a chart, or does this user not want a chart? Those are the two categories. So let's go ahead and create a plan for that. It's going to be a separate doc, actually, under this folder, though. Okay, supposedly it fixed the problem. I'm just reading it. It's a very simple fix. I'm gonna. Oh, it ran tests, so it says it's displaying. Cool. That was really simple then. Dope. This might actually work. Let's try it. So I attach the data. Nice. Cool. Check it out. But the next question, right? And this is why we're doing what we're doing currently is what's the context of this? Like what time period? All of that information, right? And that's what we want to add next. So the user can ask follow-up questions on this chart. You can ask, hey, how'd you make this? And figure out what's going on. There's only so much information we can, granted we could actually just have a drop down with all the metadata stuff. So sort of, but maybe we could do both, right? Either way, we need to add it. Can you go ahead and run our full app data test suite now? I think we have it all hooked up, but let's just run all the tests again. So that's everything. That's like the integration test. That's everything. We're going to run it just specifically for the mobile app stuff, though. Oh, whoops, I attached the wrong data. I'm actually curious what happens if I do that, though. Let's see what happens. We have an auto attach too, but just if the user explicitly attaches the data. That's cool. I like this. Okay, so top complaints with the Meta Horizon app. 35 is bugs. 30 is customer service. Hey, so you could learn something from this. Meta Horizon is buggy. Very nice. I now know this. But we attached the wrong data, so it didn't even choose the right company. So we're going to do C group. We just have to fix this, that it's bringing in Vixen. Right now we're just using sample data in our testing. So this kind of makes sense, right? Because we asked C group. C group isn't an app, so it just kind of fails. I was kind of hoping it would be able to figure out, though, to try to choose one of them. Or maybe even do accumulation of all of them. But for now, we will help it. I think what I'm going to do is try the auto attach, just out of curiosity, to see if maybe in that scenario it's able to direct it to the right place for what data to use. So in this window, it's running all the tests. We'll be able to validate them in here as it runs. Yes, exactly, Marcus. But you bring up a good point, which is we implemented that, but we haven't really fully tested that they are truly running asynchronously. I saw in the code it created 2 threads running both, but it's worth investigating if that is all set up correctly. Wow, this did a very good job. This is really cool. This is way better than I expected. So Wow, that's cool. So I asked, what are the most recent complaints? And I said, with C-limited apps, and it brought up every single C-limited app and figured out how many people are complaining percentage-wise. Isn't that cool? So apparently the Call of Duty Garena would be the highest in this scenario. So you could learn something from this legitimately. Like you could say, and you could track trends over years, right? And a lot of these are to see which maybe some apps were fixed, right? Because one thing you might see the top level of the top level of, app reviews, but to get a really good sense of the trends, like maybe there was a really good update pushed early in the month and their complaints went way down. Maybe they amped up customer service. It's kind of cool. Yeah, Marcus, so you're exactly right. That happened to us one time where it built a bunch of mock data. In this case, I'm fairly sure, don't want to say 100%, but we have it all in Firebase. And we do have tests that are running, that are hitting it. But with that said, once we had the metadata, we can maybe be a little more. Actually, you know what we could do? We can just have, let's just build a few scripts right now, querying the data and that we have in Firebase, and see if we can rebuild this chart, or rebuild the data, I guess, to validate this chart. Just to make sure nothing crazy is going on. But we can also read the code. It is an option. Okay, create this doc. Oh wow, all 157 tests passed. Interesting. So let's go ahead and review. Oh, but it didn't run the fun tests, which actually generate images for us. Did you not? Did you only run unit tests? What about the ones that actually run through the LLM? I think, what are those called? I'm gonna commit some stuff before I continue. This is all our like new question of the day stuff, so I'm going to not commit it yet till we test it. The docs are fine though. It's just our tests, which is okay. Oh, that's right. Forgot about that. We need to test that before we make any more changes to that file. Oh, aha. Did something. So what it did is we have some local data that we're storing, local sample data, but it's not going to the one on Firebase because I noticed it changed the, we purposefully changed it to research data 2, so that way we wouldn't use it. But instead of using Firebase, it just changed it to research data 2. So the data you saw here is the local data we've saved that we put on Firebase. But I wanted to start reaching out to Firebase because eventually that's, we're going to have something like this. So yeah, anyways. So we'll fix that. I think that fixed an important bug, so that's fine. For now, I will commit this just so It's okay, but we will fix it. This is really weird. What is this doing? I'm going to ask on this chat here. Can you explain why did you add like explicit some sort of index for if it's a simple question or regular question? It should work the same way, right? It's the same type of thing. So I'm just curious why you would add a very explicit hard coding of something. Do not change anything yet. However, we are just talking about it. Okay. So this is all I'm going to commit at the moment. The rest of it we have to test and potentially fix. So app data hookup, not quite yet. Needs to connect to Firebase for the data. Oh, this is it running all the tests. So these are all looking good. This one's weird. Yeah, that's relatively okay. Okay, cool. The chart storage uses the index as part of the file name. Okay, so it's not as bad as I thought. It's just it's for the getting the chart image itself. Get inside. Oh, gotcha. Okay, that's not too bad. It just adds a number. I guess that's okay, but we still have to test it. The first thing we're going to fix though is let's use Firebase for this data. So I'm going to take in the prior commit hash here. So take a look at this commit hash. Look at specifically where we changed research data to research data 2. Our motivation or our goal is to use Firebase for the data. So I need you to do a little audit here. Are we using this research data 2 for all of the data? I believe we are. This local folder we created. We need to create a plan to not use this anymore if we are using it for everything. Exactly, Marcus. It just kind of agrees with me. You gotta get used to it. It always agrees with everything I say. I noticed I made a lot of changes to everything. So it's no longer there. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, Marcus, try not to. So if you have a change you know touches the same file, it's pretty critical not to have them running. So like when I have multiple running, it's usually because it's very clearly different files. Like for example, if I have one running on the research page, I know it's very likely not going to touch anything here. And you kind of learn like which changes will do that over time. That's kind of my strategy, but everyone's different. So current research data 2 usage. So, phase 1 and phase 2 sounds good, but we already have this data in Firebase. So go ahead and build a script. Before you begin, you're going to build a script and audit what's currently in Firebase. And then you're going to modify you're going to create an implementation doc in I'm not going to call it a migration because that's a very loaded term. It's going to start doing a lot of things. So, and you are going to create the script, audit what's currently in Firebase, and you're going to do the first 2 phases that you said, but not phase 3, because you don't need to do any updating in Firebase. Do not worry about this. Yeah, SG707, you're 100% correct about that. Maybe that's your competitive edge, though. You will have a faster website than all of the people who don't know what they're doing. So I think I will work on that kind of thing at the very end of what we're doing here. We spend a little bit of time making sure it loads smoothly and everything, but definitely a lot more to do to try to increase performance. Is it even worth building web apps these days? They are bad for portfolio. I kind of get what you're saying. You're probably thinking, hey, for an employer, right? Potential employer. You're like, will they respect a web app that you're making? And that's a fair point, I suppose. If you're doing it to to try to get employed, yeah, I think you might be right about that, right? If that's your main portfolio item, is a bunch of web apps. Maybe that isn't the most optimal. But then again, for getting employed, I think the most useful thing is to your work experience. It's probably depending, but it depends what situation you're in, right? It's like if you're a student, yeah, so that's your portfolio. If you've been working for some years, they're mostly going to care about where you worked, not so much your personal projects as much. What cloud plan are you on? I'm on the Cloud Max. How are you going to make money? This is a subscription site. So we give you some credits to use the chart generations and for the AI portfolio analysis, and then the people can choose to upgrade and use the tools that we have, export to Excel and all these things, and add a bunch of portfolios into here. So a few different like paid options. It's kind of the idea. We'll see if it works though. Might not. It's far from enough to set yourself apart to employers. Yeah, I agree, Trash Panda. It's a little bit different these days. Dude, excuse me, God, gosh, coffee. Why would you sell it if it makes you money? Oh, I see what you're saying. This is not a trade. This is not a trade bot or something. So some people might think that this is like something that's going to make them money. It's not really what it is, I guess. It's a portfolio tracker, gives you information about what happened today, and it has like, you can create charts and cool data, but it's nothing like predictive. I think you're far away from average college students who deploy apps like this by their neural network doing predictions like right now, the efficiency. I'm not sure if you're talking about me or someone else, so I'm not sure. I'm not a college student though. All right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to evaluate some of the stuff that the stuff that we haven't committed yet. So I'm going to keep working on that. I think number one is, I think I maybe had a misunderstanding a little bit about the question of the day. So for question of the day in preferences, you made it like a toggle, some sort of switch to advanced thing. It's supposed to just be a check mark, and we're going to have both what history says and question of the day. Those are two separate sections, just like all the other sections, how they currently work. Also, I notice what history says, this is gone from the components on our current brief. So it should respect what's in preferences. Preferences tell us whether to show it or not. So you shouldn't just remove it. Can you imagine vibe coders who have no idea on two critical bugs from Next.js? You're probably right. I would say that is true. Knowledge is important if you are deploying to the public. You have to be a little bit careful. You can't really just have no knowledge and deploy a bunch of, especially if you're storing user accounts and all those things. And especially if you're storing important data, you really need to know what you're doing in that regard. User data. I'm Polish uni. You have to deploy such apps. A whole nice front end with something in back end every week for homework. If you're going to graduate in computer science, it is true. I don't know if mine was every week, but you certainly had to work on very challenging projects like implementing distributed systems like Paxos and all these things. You learn a lot. So yeah, definitely, if you're a university student, you're doing, you're sort of overqualified in some sense to be writing, a web app, I guess, unless it's something that does a lot of very interesting things. I'd say the most challenging part about this one thus far was this chart pipeline, but it was not like I remember some things in college, spent like a long ass time working on. So that was before AI, so don't know what anyways. The code is now ready to read from Firebase, but the data needs to be uploaded first. This is Firestore collections. Oh, you're talking about mine being a primitive project? Yeah, if you're talking about in terms of like how much intellectual, like, compared to what I did in college or something. Yeah, you're right, of course. But that's not really what determines, I guess, necessarily whether it can make money or not. Because there's a combination of like that plus like, is there a product market fit? Do people find the tool useful? How do you market it? It's a lot of stuff like that, right? Now you might be asking, well, then someone can just copy it, but there is some aspect of if you have people using it, there is a friction for them to switch. So if you found something that maybe people aren't doing, then you could technically try to make some money this way. It's possible. Yeah, SG707 is true. Do you post anything? Yeah, we have a Twitter that we post some charts. We should post the newest ones, though. Let's actually go ahead and do that, because we have some good ones now. Some more good ones. But I need to modify this page, because it doesn't take in historical charts, just the current days. So I need to fix that. I'll do that over here. Actually, this one is important. I would just create a new one. Hey, Nong Solo, how's it going? All right, so currently with our admin page here, we have a tweet setup. We want to have it so we can cycle through the days, because we might have charts on prior days that we want to tweet. I think the way you should restructure this page is like, we stored all the chart images in our database. So just go through that and allow the user to choose which chart they want to tweet and generate the tweet content about. And we should just do that instead. So go ahead and rewrite that. Only modify this page. This is the only real thing you have to change, I think. I won't put that because it might need to add an endpoint for getting all the chart images instead of just PSEO is easy for inbound traffic without marketing. Because no attraction. What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm not sure. I must have missed some messages. Wow, SG707, that's crazy. I heard of the bug, however, I did not hear about this story. That's funny. It's not really not ideal. Oh, so you're saying the Firebase Firestore collections are empty? So you actually audited what's currently in there and it's empty? That's weird. I don't think that. I think it couldn't find it as the more likely scenario. Okay. Okay, I will go look myself. I remember uploading it, but perhaps I made a mistake. We will look. It says 0 documents. What? Yeah, it's definitely here. So, what you said isn't true though, because it's there. It's under. I am looking at it right now. Marcus. Yeah, let me see. What do I look like when I'm looking at my laptop? Like staring into someone's soul. Yeah, maybe I change camera position. I don't know. I'll look later. And yes, the app is D2C. Okay. Yeah. All right, I'm going to fix this issue with the Chrome window. It's kind of bothering me. So do you know how to, there's like a minimum width to Chrome and Safari and Edge. They all have the minimum width. Is there any way to bypass this? Maybe we could build some like Hammerhead script or something to try to bypass their dumb minimum width thing. Because I couldn't find it anywhere. So if you guys want like a custom setup or you want to kind of mess with your OS, like you got some like cool hotkeys you want to set, I use Hammerhead and you can like set up a bunch of things. Like we built this little script to record window, like where to put stuff, and another one for like fixing the thing where with Alt Tab, where it doesn't force it to be the top when it's hidden. So things like that you can potentially fix. I meant to say hammer spoon. Sorry, not hammer. Nice. So we can force resize the windows. Fantastic. Oh, but the browsers often fight back. I just want to put the browser in the corner of my screen, and I would love if I could do that without it forcing it to be a certain size. Helium, floating browser window with no minimum width. So I had to download a new browser. Come on. Okay, I'm just curious, like, why do all browsers require there be a minimum width? Almost every one I've tried. What's up with that? All right. Anyways, it is what it is. I'm so confused. App metrics, app profile, daily, 27. Take a look, broski. This image, it's here. What are you talking about? I like these little diagrams. That's not really what I want because it doesn't need to be super, like, it just has to be like something that I can just very quickly select for each tweet option. There'll be still the 3 tweet options. I can just select one of the images using just like a drop down or something, or like even just like a file path. It's very simple. It's an admin panel, so it doesn't need to even show images really. I just can just select one and put it in, and that's it. So just keep it simple here. I take a look, ungodly amount of time on shell customization. Yeah. Same thing when I set up NeoVim, but this time I'm using a lazy Vim. So then now I don't need to do anything. It's just has pretty much everything. That I need. So the data is structured differently than expected. Nope, that's not right. I don't understand what's so hard about this exactly. I guess I will just pass in the path directly. I mean, I don't really understand why I can't figure it out. So Airbnb, I'll give an example of what it looks like and then see if it can find it in Firebase. Oh, maybe, I'm not sure. Dates. Does this make sense, like where you can find it now? It is stored at the root, this path. Does that make sense? Oh, I see. So it was trying to find the data. It didn't like go recursively through all the collection because it's like got sub collections and things like that. So I think we fixed this now. As far as I can tell, the only thing is just gotta make it sure it's hooked up, which we're doing now to Firebase instead. Other than that, oh, what was that hockey? Some sort of strange reverse camel case. All right, we were doing the metadata thing. So let's read that. I don't see it at the moment. Oh, this is getting way too much stuff. Let's go ahead and clear this out. Yeah, this is like way too much. So I'm going to make sure before we make any changes, let's just test some stuff so that way we can start committing. Not just have like a million files changed, because then it gets a little confusing. Yeah, so it didn't actually fix this last change, so I will let it go ahead and do that. That'd be cool if I could create an open-ended poll. You know what I mean? Like right now on YouTube, I can create these like, I can create these polls that are just, I don't know if I can do that with Nightbot maybe. Because then you guys could answer whatever and we could read them. Let's see if there is anything we can commit at the moment. What is this? Oh, it already started to change that, so we're not going to commit that because we got to test it. I'll commit the docs. That's fine. Let's clear it out a little bit. Create an app that allows you to create open-ended polls. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. If Nightbot doesn't have it, we'll have a little. We do have a vibe bot on our Discord, so that'll just be another thing it does. The only problem is YouTube API has pretty short limits, so you can't really be polling too often for the stream chat. Hey Alex, we're working on an investment app. You can get news, track your portfolio, and yeah, so that's what we're doing. And right now I am committing some stuff. I'm figuring out what I would like to commit and make sure everything's working before I do. Where did you store this? And by the way, can you find the docs for the question router? Because what was that called again? Hello, I'm from the US, trying to copy Polymarket's trader strategy for all day now. Nice. So I'm going to move this one back in to our... This one's running the changes to connect to Firebase for the questions. Hopefully that'll work. I can get that one. Definitely has trouble getting the sub-collections. Yeah, just be careful, you know, some of these things. That's all I'd say. Oh, nice. This is back. Fantastic. This is great. Let's see what they did in the preferences. Great. That is all good. Now we're going to run the ultimate test, which is trying to... But before I rerun this, I would like to tweet one of these things on the new page that we're making. So let me go to the admin panel and see if it's has to redesign the page. Oh, I forgot we added this button, I think for this particular reason. So I could just bring in the image and tweet that way. So we're going to generate a tweet from this image. Let's try it. It's been a while since we did this. Nice. Check it out, guys. Pretty good still. See, it's not bad, right? And the idea is you get traffic from this because people look up these tickers on Twitter, so you'll maybe get a few. So I'm gonna post it. I'll do it over here. Yes, so it looks like this. So when you click it, sounds good. I'll just make sure it still works. Because we did change the chart image stuff, so it might not work. Nice, so it looks pretty good. This is what it looks like. It makes sense, right? Like, somewhat. So then, how do people see it? They go to Disney, they go latest, and some people look here because they're, you know, a lot of people, when they're following the company, they're always like refreshing the tab. Because if you own it, you're paranoid. See, it already has 3 views. So the idea is like, if people like the data that we tweet out, and we'll tweet out a ton, maybe we do like 5 to 10 tweets a day. We can do up to like, I think 500, if I remember correctly. Maybe we do more, but the idea is like we just generate a lot of these types of things, and maybe we'll get a little some people will start to follow us because they like it. So that's one aspect of how we will try to market. That makes sense. Okay, question router. Nice. Wait, no. No, it's not the data schema router we were talking about earlier for the chat. Like, we wanted a very simple router that even if they attach the I'll just look at the commit history. This is taking too long to find it. It's like, maybe we didn't create the doc accidentally. It is what it is. Because I don't see it. Oh well. Unless it's in here. Strange. Okay, let me see if it updated the admin page. Oh, thanks, Hot Dog. But to be honest, Mark Anderson follows everyone. If you look, he follows 30,000 people. I'm pretty sure he has some sort of bot or something, because who the hell has time to follow 30,000 people? That's like, how much time is that? 1 second. How much is 30? How many hours is 30,000 seconds? So you'd have to be following people for 8 hours straight. I guess maybe. Yeah, maybe he just uses it every day. He just follows like 10 people. How long would that take? I'm a little confused. I think before we were talking about making a simple router. So it's like, even if the user had attached the chart, attached the data, they could talk about the metadata. Oh, I know where it is. It's called the metadata document. Can you find it? Like adding the metadata to the charts generation. Bro, if we didn't make that document, that's a little upsetting, because I remember that was a huge ass prompt that I made. I'll have to make it again. It could have been one of those scenarios where I didn't click to add the doc. Oh, I found it. Great. It's right here. Okay. Fantastic. So let's go ahead and maybe start this one once we get all the changes going and committed. It's faster for him to follow lots of people now because he stopped using Netscape. That's funny. I don't really see any changes to the admin page. I don't really see many changes to the admin page. Can you get rid of this like no analysis available yet? We're no longer going to do this. Right? Like this page should not trigger any sort of thing. Like it's just like getting information from the database. Pretty much it. It's no sort of anything else. Oh yeah, SG707, that'll cost money. We're gonna try marketing without any using any money at first, I think. But maybe we could run a few experiments, maybe. I have used some things in the past. I took a college class where we did this. It was really interesting. It was like the way some people figure out what to build is they run like 10 to 20 different ad campaigns, and they build like just like a landing page and an email setup, and then they figure out which has the highest conversion rate of the 10 to 20 different email campaigns, and that's how they figure out what to build. So for example, our project was to like try that ourselves, and we found that our mobile app for it was like the Bachelor mobile app, where like it was like a dating app where it's kind of like a similar mechanic, and we use like again, this was an experiment, so not something that we're actually going to build, but it was like if we use that terminology, people very high conversion rate. They're putting like their email and stuff like this. Anyways, so this maybe, you could kind of work backwards that way a little bit. You start from the ad campaigns to the product, and this is actually some really talented people seem to do this strategy too. So I don't know. Maybe I try that again. But yeah, you just put up maybe 10, 20 bucks for each. And then for maybe the more promising ones that get high conversion, the conversion is just them putting their email. Then you start to maybe spend a little more just to double check. And then once you validate, you finally start working on it. Okay. I'm going to sign into this browser. Looks pretty good. Let's look at the admin panel real quick. One second here. Okay, cool. So yeah, that's roughly what I was thinking. However, nice, great, perfect. So then I click generate. Okay. I didn't really need to change all the styles. I'm just gonna go ahead and fine, I'll keep it. It made it look like a generic HTML page. So go ahead and fix this error with the generate. The request failed. Also, don't make this page look that ugly. Like, I get it's an admin tool, but like, just make it look kind of similar to the rest of our website. Yeah. That's for the admin panel. I told it to do something because it doesn't matter what the styles are. It just made it look extremely ugly. It was, I guess, and outdated. So do you think the question of the day is now hooked up? If I regen, will it show up? It's a good point, SG707, actually. Yeah, even if it's an admin panel, we've definitely seen that before. Like if we include outdated old stuff, it'll find it and do something stupid. Okay, we will try regenerating. So I'll tweet another one, and then I'm gonna make it add back the image to tweet because I actually didn't want to remove that. I like that. Okay, can you make sure to highlight blue the tickers? I liked that. And go ahead and add the generate image to tweet back at the top because I like that too. Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, so we get this error now on tweet. Try not to break any of the functionality. It should work the same way. You're just changing like the UI. I may just discard it if it doesn't work. Because yeah, it's kind of dumb. Oh yeah, it always says you're right, 100%. But it's, believe it or not, it's been much worse in the past. So in the past, I remember at least Opus 4.5, it usually doesn't assume I'm right always, like in the code. If I say something, it's like, hey, no, actually, this is how it works. But I remember in the past it would, and it would try to, like, no matter what I said, it would try to fix exactly, assume I'm the ultra intelligence. Okay, great. Let's look if that worked. I'll go look at Twitter. Fantastic. I think our new charts are actually a little better in style. Okay, cool. I think I can commit the admin panel because it seems to be working. I don't really care too much about how the admin panel works because it's just internal. As long as it's the endpoints are gate kept and everything else, which they are. So. For some reason, Safari's kind of frozen. I don't really know why. The only thing about warp is it's a little slow, in my opinion. Like, it is nice, but it could work on the usability a little bit, and it'll be perfect. My Safari is just like freezing for some reason. Don't understand. Whatever. I guess I'll use Chrome. Are you swapping memory, activity monitor, any other memory pressure? It's a good idea, Rob. I think it's something to do with, it's only my website, so I'm not sure exactly. I even hard refreshed it. Something wacky's going on. Not totally sure. Nothing in the logs though. I will check it out later. For now, I want to test this. I think it's probably just something, probably just some cache related. That's kind of what I'm thinking. But if it is a problem, we will see it happen again, I'm sure. Okay, so this is going to take a while. While it's doing that, we're going to review a few things. We're regenerating this whole thing with the new questions. So this is our old section. We're going to have a new section for kind of the more casual users. So I'm going to exit out of this one. Don't need it anymore. And we're going to read some things. It's reading time. Where is it though? We're going to make sure it has the right understanding of how to implement this and everything. So we definitely wouldn't do any of this. This is very bad. Because you don't want to, usually don't want to have like, for these kind of routers, like you don't want to code in explicit language because there's so many ways people could ask questions. And also if you do something like this, you can never support multiple languages and all that sort of thing. So we're going to just depend on the LLM to do the routing for us, because the LLM is really good at that. So that's how we'll tell it that. So go ahead and change the design for the chart intent router in the implementation MD. We're going to make it an LLM based router. So the LLM is going to determine which to use, and it should be, it's very simple. It's just like, does this question merit a chart or not? And in order to answer that question, we're going to explain what data, or rather we're going to explain what the different, we're just going to explain how our pipeline works, and then the LLM will have enough information to decide whether the user can, whether we can generate a chart for the user based on what data we have and all of this. So that's not a good sign that we have failed. Let me reload the page. Is Warp better than Cloud Code? I use Cloud Code in Warp. So what do I use Warp for? I just use it for the terminals. Because when you use it in like anti-gravity, you got to click around and stuff. I just prefer to have them all available and I can drag them around and stuff. So it's just a UI thing. I don't use their models or anything. So currently we got a 500 error. I want you to, so our goal is to capture what has happened here in the tests. Can you explain why the end-to-end tests passed, but didn't, we're not getting the same result? Did you make sure to run the end-to-end tests for the today's brief, or did you just run it for the new test you've created? Config API with Warp or Cloud Code on Warp? Like I said, I don't use. I just use Cloud Code on Warp. Sorry, I don't use Cloud Code on Warp. I only use it for the terminals. I went into LLM mode and I just agreed with what you said. But I just use it for the terminals. I don't use it for the Cloud Code. The Cloud Code I just put in iTerm. I'm just going to put this over here. It's a little more useful. Okay, can you go ahead and run the test though? Like run the today's brief end-to-end test so we can figure out if it's working. Oh. So let's read the doc again. I haven't tried this. Not yet, but let me take a look. Oh, nice. Safari's fixed. Good. Cool, yeah, let's go ahead and try it. I mean, I haven't tried this yet. Cloud code. Cool. Ultra think. Oh, when I said ultra think, it's actually doing ultra think. Okay. It's calling a tool. That's fun. Hey, Platypus, how's it going? That's cool. Yeah, I'm definitely going to try this out. While that's running, I'm going to run a few tests over here. Hey, Platypus. I was an engineer before, so I know how to code. Let's see, yes. But yeah, it's good to learn the basics too. Okay. I'd say the only thing is make sure to use the Gemini 3 Flash model, but otherwise looks good. Perfect. So I will definitely run this after we kind of get some things committed. The situation we're in at the moment, we have two things we're adding, but we don't want to add more things until we fix everything. We added a new category of question that's currently running. It appears that it's gotten a network error, so I'm going to look. Ah, dang it. Because we made a code change, it stopped the process of creating it.
Feel the earth, hear the sound. Don't just block me, come be found. Feel the earth, hear the sound. Wait right now. Wait right now.
Okay, this is running. Okay, supposedly it's found everything, so let's see if that's true. Aha, it's there. Let's see if these questions work now.
Wilted whisper, phone dry, still on the doors closed, but I'm past the hurt. Signs hit, but they don't say when. Could be now, yeah, could be then. Phone dry, doors closed, but I'm past the hurt. Signs hit, but they don't.
Definitely takes much longer than the stock related questions to generate the first. Okay. Granted, let's see what the problem is though. We can get the script here. Might have the wrong schema is the issue, maybe. We got no data available on the recent complaints. Is it possible that we have the wrong schema? Double check. For what's stored in Firebase. So right now what I'm waiting for is I would like to run this again, but I can't while we're generating code for the other thing. So I have to wait. One thing we could see if it fixed the share button. Let me look. Okay, not quite. Okay, finish the test. Let's see how it did. Okay, we'll try a simpler question just to see if it's hooked up. Because I suppose it's possible that that it just made a mistake, the LLM. Weird. All right, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new branch for specifically this app data stuff. Because I think I know the issue. We need to go into Firebase and merge two sections, because right now we just have a section for the current day, but we don't have the historical data. That's my guess as to what's happening here. So Firebase. Okay, and we're going to, this is just the doc for that. So this is just me selecting what is specific to this change. I knew that these weren't going to really touch the same files. That's why I'm kind of doing it this way. I have two running. But yeah, I think that's it. Yes, this is for... Yes. Okay, so now what we can go ahead and do, we can go to the today's brief, we can regen this. Cool. Cool. What are you doing? Okay, this is not doing anything. Okay, so to figure out which test to run, did you not use this file? Because I don't understand where you're looking. Because it should just be in our output folder, but it's looking in some strange like cloud tasks something, which is it shouldn't output there, so don't know. We'll see. Kind of wonder what test was it running then for like 5 minutes, if it wasn't the right test. I think I understand maybe what happened is like it ran a test, but it was trying to store the results of the test somewhere, but that's not really how these tests work. Like it stores it for you. Granted, it still should have been able to get the results and everything, so. All right. I suppose now we can start this implementation because the other one, I mean, this is going to touch a different set of files. Let's try the ultrathink. So that's the chart intent router. Which order should we go in? Should we go in this one? No, I think definitely chart intent router first. Ultrathink. Actually, I'm going to clear everything. But I will wait. Or this is almost done. Okay, failed unknown results. So what I'm going to do, go ahead and try to figure out what happened here. The start of how this works is located here. Today's pipeline. Ultrathink. So if you guys are wondering what we're doing here, we did a little bit of a refactor of this today's brief. We're kind of taking out some things to be separate components. So we have one for the what history says, another one for the basic questions. And so we're just, these kind of refactors can be a little bit, they're going to touch a lot of files. So we created the plan earlier today. And that's why it's expected you get some errors. They do these kind of things. And then we'll look at how it's has done it. As far as I can tell, it's done the right things, but this needed to be in the other branch, so I'm actually going to go ahead and switch back. Assuming no code changes are happening yet. Okay, hey Babao, welcome back. Grade 2 projects. Anybody knows about them? Yeah, it's try to get users. It's a hard endeavor. Maybe harder than building it, some might say. No, I accidentally pressed escape twice. Sad. Ultra think. Yes, that's the solution right there. The front end stuff seems fine, but something along the lines here. Oof. If it doesn't have that file, that's bad. Actually, never mind. I was wrong about that. It doesn't need the file there. That's later. So we're good. Now, the issue fundamentally is something in our changes that are currently not committed because it worked before. So there's something here that somehow we've directed the LLM to how we've directed the LLM caused issues in our refactor. Let's try to identify what it is. I think I might put this one in another branch too, because I want to work on some other things. We'll pick it up later. It is important, but not super important that we have some basic questions. So it's not like immediately required. I'm stopping these tests because somehow they're hanging. Not really sure. Gonna go ahead and commit these to the other branch. I'm seeing if there's anything I want to keep. So this is going to be called the today's brief refactor. And then basic, oh, actually it's not, it's a refactor plus basic questions. Just making sure everything we no longer need. Yep. Yep. Okay, cool. Okay, now we can start on some of the other changes. I'm just going to make sure everything's working. So my kind of strategy as we get later in the day, I like to leave the harder tasks for the morning. So that's kind of why I've put these to another branch, save their place. They don't have conflicting files. So it's good. Those are going to be some good tasks to start right tomorrow. Fix those. For now, we're going to work on a few other things. Just late in the day, you know, I like to do the more simple things, or at least get started on maybe a harder one, and then leave the fixing stuff for tomorrow. Yeah, it's just Git desktop. I use it for the diffs. I wonder if it's just Okay, the reason why I'm generating another one is the error was a little weird, like the errors that I was getting. So I just want to make sure, like double check that nothing we committed broke the pipeline. I don't think so. I don't think we changed anything besides those files. That's our pipeline for the today's brief, where it generates all the questions and runs those iterations and evaluations. Just double check, because I don't want to have to go through that in the morning. Try to find some weird commit. But I think as far as I can see, nothing changed besides the files that we just brought into the other branch here. Oh, interesting. What have we done? Oh, I see. Okay, this is potentially good news, because the reason why it's failing is because we renamed a folder, which means that it's possible that the changes that were in this branch work. It's just that we thought it was already using Firebase for the data. Turns out it was relying on this schema file, and it might already be using Firebase, so we should double check. But I'm going to go ahead and just rename this back. Or rather, what I'm going to do, because I want to see if it's using Firebase, because it should be at this point, I'm going to create a new folder and do it in anti-gravity, because I like the UI a little better. Oops, not here though. Market data, and then I'm going to move the schema. So now we have the schema in the right place. It's going to be a test. However, I do remember that it did get a different error in the other branch, now that I remember. So it's possible this is not it, now that I think about it. So see that load in the data? Yeah, so loaded data from Firebase. That's good. I see. So I'm stopping this. It is still depending on the local data, it looks like. So I think that's the primary issue. And that would explain why all of the other ones errored out in the other branch. So it was related. So I'm going to fix that. So what I'm going to do to validate what we said is true. Yeah, delete this one. Didn't want to delete the wrong one. So I'm going to go ahead and run it again. It's because apparently we did not. Yeah, warp sometimes takes a while to actually stop the process. So that's a little annoying, but now it should work. We will see. So let's make, yeah, see, now it got all the data that it needs. Oh, I see. It tried to fetch the data, I think, from Firebase, but it's not the schema it expects. So then it falls back to the market data we have locally. And it's probably the same error for the other branch. You have users? No, we haven't released yet. Just been building. Okay, so I'm gonna push that. And I'm probably gonna merge these changes into the other branch. Okay. Now I will stop this and rerun it. The reason is I'm confident that it's working now. And I'm just curious with this other branch if it's already working, because that would be pretty dope. Because then we'd have the new simple questions. Thanks, man. You just start marketing your SaaS. I got 100 users. Nice, dude. That's awesome. It's a great start. How'd you go about marketing? What was kind of your strategy? Did you do like paid marketing? Maybe some guerrilla kind of stuff, guerrilla marketing? Let's see, gotta wait to warp. Warp, please. Always takes a while to stop the last process, so I have to wait. There we go. Cool. So I got all the data. Oh, nice, man. And they just comments on boards and stuff. Yeah, I feel like that's a good way. We'll probably do the same, like Hacker News, Product Hunt, all this stuff. We'll give it all a shot, see what works. We might post on Bogleheads, so this website. Wow, it does not actually look like that. Why does it look like this on so far? What is this? Wait. I'm confused. Bogleheads forum. Okay, so apparently the main website looks like this, but then when you go to the forum, it looks like this. Interesting. Guess they're going for the Craigslist look. I mean, it's functional, you know. This look is functional, but it's a little hard on the eyes. So I guess they made two web pages, like one for the modern user. Anyways, yeah, we'll post on this website because it has a lot of our target users, I feel like. The type of person who would like this kind of thing. But for now, I have to wait till this is done so I can see the errors. Okay. No. Guys, like, my Firebase expired. Token expired right as we were running that, so it canceled it. You know what? I think it's about time to decrease our validations for the admin. Because sometimes I do want to test this and it takes a little long. But I'm not going to do it right now because it's going to, then we're not going to be sure if that's the issue or not. So I'm going to run it. This will hopefully be the last time that we run this at this slow speed. And then we will implement this, and then we'll be good. Have you looked into the Weeble comments? That's a really good idea. That is a fantastic idea, and you just reminded me, maybe even, that's a really good idea. Marketing. We have another doc for this somewhere, but I'm just putting it here for now. So Wall Street Bets, you know, that comments section in the, I think they have a daily post. You can maybe try to do something there. And then the Weeble comments maybe in certain companies. Okay. I like it. Is there any others? And then I think we had AppSumo somewhere. We also have FinTech SaaS, so kind of been just using Weeble. Nice. Yeah, worth investigating. Does Robinhood have comments somewhere? I don't think so, right? It's a missed opportunity. Wait, did I not put Bogleheads here? I don't think I did. I'm going to wait for this to complete because I do not want to generate any code because it will hot reload and then reset this process. This is how we generate the newsletter. This is like the main pipeline for that. So it goes through all the different components. And then it does this evaluator step. That's where it's at right now, where it actually sends the images into the LLM to validate if they look good. Now it's generating a market headline. Now it's storing a bunch of things in Firebase. Now it's doing some extra validations on the chart, sending more images, validating that they are good. It sends it to the Flash model. If they are not good, then it will not show it in the today's brief. Okay, so it's on the last pattern here, so it should be done shortly. Oh, now it's okay. So it would have been done before, but now it's doing the actual simple question. So this is the part for the new type of user. So this is the next component. This is like the simple backtesting kind of questions. So I'm glad that it made it to that step. And we're going to see if it actually hooked up all the charts and everything for the new ones. Let's see, what is it generating? Since it is the day after Christmas, is the market usually up or down during this final week of the year? See, that's a great question. Like, much simpler people might care about that. Looks like that particular question didn't work, so it's going to generate some fixed code potentially. I noticed on these new questions, it's failing a few of them. And I think it's because they are new kind of patterns that we haven't tried yet. So I'm going to try a few of these while I'm waiting here. So for example, this one. The way we can do that, we can go into the research tab. And we can see what type of error that it's going to get. So it's still trying to answer this question. I imagine ours is going to fail too, because that's the same. It's going to go through the same pipeline on both this chat panel. Can Python do web apps? Yeah, I use Python for the backend, Python Flask. That's what I'm using. So the next question it asked is, when energy stocks go up, do other types of stocks usually follow their lead? So that one actually passed. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and look. So I'm gonna switch on the weekend, so that way I can get the current one. Okay, I see these questions, but it looks like the UI didn't render our simple questions. So that's one bug, but let me see in the database if it saved the simple questions results, so that way we can go ahead and validate that at least it got through that. Then we can just fix the UI problem, and then we'll merge that, because that it seemed to go through the whole thing, so that's good. That means our refactor kind of worked. So there's a lot of things in the database here. Yeah, some of these worked for sure. Market returns, yeah, perfect. Fantastic.
Feel the earth, hear the sound.
Yeah, okay, great. So it looks like they saved a bunch of simple questions. It just didn't render it in the UI. Let me
Feel the earth, hear the sound.
let me see if I save it and then add it back. I'm curious. I wonder if it did an either or logic. Let me remove the. Oh, weird. So it appears to break the preferences. Okay. So it went through the whole process. It saved the simple questions results in the database. So everything appears to be good on the backend part of this change, specifically this question of the day component we're adding. The only thing is it's not rendering on the front end. So it's either not hooked up with the preferences or something. Either it's either or instead of both for rendering. So go ahead and take a look. Also, when I saved to remove the what history says section in preferences, it didn't actually remove it. So something we broke the hook up there. So I'm going to make sure there's nothing to commit. Yep. Just this thing. Yeah, I use Firebase for mine, and I just use Vercel usually in the beginning to push things, but you can always change it later. Just that's how I prototype. I just kind of use that, and then eventually you'll move off. So I think I'm okay with letting this run and finishing because I would like to run this, but we are in a separate branch. So I don't want to. Actually, we can run it. They should modify separate files. So I think I'm going to go ahead and run this. So it's cool. It actually went through the Git history and found the diffs of the files to try to figure out what happened. It's pretty smart. Oh, worth a shot. Sorry, I have lots of questions. Yeah, no worries. I'm streaming, so happy to answer any questions, you know. You have already on your database on cloud or online after you start developing. Either works, you know, when you're testing. You know, eventually, you know, you'll need to actually use something, right? Whether it's Firebase or whatever. But in the beginning, if you're just making a little project, maybe, especially if it's not a public-facing one, you don't really need to worry too much. So it's ultimately up to you. Might save you a little time if you just use it from the beginning. But at the end of the day, you know, it could be maybe you're not sure what this project's going to be. Like a lot of times I'm not. When we were working on this, the lazy AI thing in the description, we're thinking maybe it could be public, but then we decided, okay, that's maybe no one would use this besides me because it's too specialized for a tool. So then we just open source it. No need to save anything and just let people use it because there's no user accounts or anything. A lot of times it's like user accounts kind of stuff, right? But if it's just going to be a tool, then you don't need to really set that up too much if you don't want to. Hey, Nashman, we're working on this investor newsletter thing. So I don't need to reload today's brief, right? This is just a cache thing on the front end. I don't know if that's the issue. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. So I think we'll see. Oh, cool. Oh, cool. Actually, that's what it should have done. So now if I add these back, we'll see if it's there. Nice. I just don't see the positions. Nice. So that worked for the what history says section. Now it's saved, but the question of the day doesn't appear as a component, even though it's enabled. So try to figure out why. I don't see any errors in the console, I believe. So let me double check what I've told it. Overall, okay. Nothing there. Nothing here, so we're good. Yep, still grinded. Which I started. I haven't really restarted. Mostly we've just been working on this. Hey, Hex Cited, how's it going? It's taking a while, but you know, we're adding lots of features and things, so that's fun. But we should aim to deploy it relatively soon. We're still fixing bugs, but we are getting there, I would say. Definitely after Christmas, when I showed it to my family and we did our we created some little personas that with Cloud, we're adding a few things to try to not confuse the user and make things a little cleaner. Like for example, in the chat, today we added this kind of initial blurb. So it forwards it to the LLM and then it gives them the chart. This one got the labels got a little weird, but wow. It was kind of fun. Kind of curious. See, and that's what we're adding next. Like the user's gonna have questions when they see a chart like this, right? And we're adding a bunch of metadata. That's what's going on over here. This is the first step, but it's going to be a bunch of data attached to this chart that the user can then chat and ask all sorts of questions. Like what stocks is this considering? And why would this be true? I mean, plenty of things like this. So it shows this is the selection of stocks. I'm from the US. This is a selection of stocks that we've used to generate this chart. Supposedly average 1-year returns after 75% loss is pretty decent after a year. Historically, just historically, nothing too crazy. It's not saying you should buy or anything, but vibe code. Yeah, sorry, Hexcited. There's not a lot of people on the Twitch. Just it is what it is. I could probably work on that my profile there or something. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that maybe works. We will see. I have to enable that because it's Saturday. Interesting. Well, I know this isn't true, right? Because I see the images in Firebase. So it did generate the questions and it did answer them. So I know that it did work because I watched it, and then I see the images in Firestore with the answered questions. So trying to figure out. It's still not showing. So list 3 possible reasons. Kind of go through the UI. Is it getting the images? It could be possible. No, so definitely we should see an error, like if we're trying to load the component and it doesn't show it. So there is some sort of reason that we're not rendering, you're not even trying to render the component. It's either not hooked up to the preferences, or if it is, it has some sort of weird fallback thing, or it's not giving us an error. So that's probably what it is. And hopefully I can figure it out. Oh, we should use the ultra think. I haven't really used that a lot, so ultra think. How do you interpret data in English? Can Python do it alone? Already in some AI subscription. So if you're wondering the chat thing, the chat is you connect it, look up this. That's called Gemini API. And wait, it's not this one. Actually, you could use this one. That's fine. So, but regardless, what I do is just grab your token. And then once you get your token from here, talk to AI. AI can explain everything. So, use whatever model you would like. Ask it all your questions. It'll probably be able to explain it. And you can ask any follow-up questions you have there, kind of how it works and everything like this. Just be careful as far as like API keys go. Do not commit them, things like this. I'm currently working on a CRM for my audio video installation. I absolutely love Cloud Code. Yes, it's great. I have 3, yeah. So I usually have 3 is about right for me. I usually don't need more than that. Every once in a while you'll see me open one. That's usually I'm asking questions. I'm interested in CRM. What features does it include? Oh, you're talking about his tool. Cool. Yeah, you guys can make sales in the chat. Sell your products. If you guys are interested, we got like a little Discord if you want to join. Share your projects and whatever. Okay, cool. It looks like a UI thing, in which case it should probably show now. I'm going to get rid of it and save it again. Let me just make sure it's not flipped. So if I save it when it's off, that it doesn't show, because you never know. Okay, still no. All right, let me check the errors. Still no. This is a little bit weird. There's no errors on the render. Tell me where it is. Where did you make it a separate component? So the way this should work, it should be like you made a separate component for the evening question of the day, and it should be hooked up to this file. So just explain to me how you did it, and maybe you did something weird. Like, it's one thing if there's an error. If there's no error, then that means it's not even trying to render at the moment. Okay, so this is doing some crazy kind of stuff. So we're gonna definitely review all that. That's changes to the chat. Some pretty big changes. Cool, thanks, man. Cool, yeah. Feel free to share your project. Like, we could maybe like, or like a video of your project. That's probably the best way. That way, you can show like kind of your vision for what you're building, and people will give you feedback. I think my idea here is like, it's kind of hard when you've been working on something for a long time to know what the problems are, because you've been just looking at it. So you give a quick video. Hey guys, what do you think of this? It's not a bad idea. Just get some eyes on it. I see, yeah, so go ahead and add this logging stuff. Yeah, just add a bunch of logs so we can figure out what's going on here. Okay, let's go ahead and check it out. Wait, how does it? Oh, that's from before. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I bet what the problem is, it might have saved the images, but maybe it didn't actually save the data in the database. So it doesn't actually, like the, not just the images, but the questions themselves. It's possible maybe it never implemented that. It's possible. Cloud Code is bad for who paid plus plan, but it's good for a max plan user. Yes, it's good for a max plan. I don't know about the other plan, the pro plan. I haven't tried it yet. But the $100 one definitely has pretty good value in terms of just the sheer amount you can do from the best model, I would say. Because compared to other areas. But also anti-gravity is good for just free credits, I would say. That's probably the best if you kind of do just like maybe a few hours here and there or something. Oh, or AI Studio. AI Studio is really good, actually, for designing and all sorts of just kind of iterate prototype stuff. Okay, so I'm going to paste these logs. We're going to see what's going on here. So I can see maybe it's not getting the data. I do see we've saved the chart in the database. It could be there is some problem within the new question of the day pipeline where it's not storing what we need. It's just the image. Like maybe it's not storing the headline and all this information into the insights collection. Go ahead and check that out. What's going on? But I think we're close. This would be just one small fix. Then we'll have our new component that will show by default for the users. Okay, what's the issue here? I'm curious. The field does not exist in the data from the API. And it says it's disabled in preferences, so actually 2 problems, even though it's enabled. And I'll try Ultra Think. I can't quite figure it out. But if you guys get stuck, that's generally a good process. I mean, there's kind of like this multi-step thing where you do, if it doesn't work, make logs. If that doesn't work, maybe try UltraThink, try a different model. But at the end of the day, if the code base is all screwed up, you might run into some problems at some point. So it kind of has to be designed reasonably well for the harder stuff. So there is that. But there is a general process that works probably 90% of the time. Just takes a little bit of patience, for sure. Are you using MCP? No MCPs. I have not found any good ones yet for me. Some other people like them, and that's okay. But I just haven't found anything that increased my workflow. The speed or the results, I guess. Not yet. I will let you guys know when I do, though. I've tried a number of them, but if I ever find one that I really like, I'll let you guys know. Did just add logs? Okay, it's not great. Oh, it could be a cache thing, maybe. Okay, so I'll refresh the page, get the log it just added. So not this one. We won't go to the next page. Do you see anything here that could help us figure out? Superbase MCP, nice, nice. Playwrights MCP, Context 7 MCP. The backend is returning our question simple with 2 questions, but the front end shows undefined questions. This is a React query cache issue. Command Shift R. Okay. We will try. But just to make sure, I'm going to open another browser. And then we will see the truth. Locos 3004. Still no. Same sort of situation. I even did a new browser. What is your favorite tech stack? What goes well with Vercel? I use Next.js. I'll see a few other. Nice. Yeah. Okay, it has nothing to do with that error. That's unrelated error. Look at the QOTD debug errors. Oh, I see. It didn't actually paste the result of the thing. Oh, actually, we are getting some new stuff. Interesting. Oh, okay, great. Let me. Now it's another UI bug, but that's progress. Yeah. Okay, great. And then it just has to display it if it's there. Yeah, the data's coming through. Go to the evening. Okay, so now it's just not enabled. Oh my gosh, we might be pretty close. Fantastic. It actually wasn't enabled, so that was partly my bad. Fantastic. Okay, so we do have this here, but we don't have the charts. So the next thing. Let me look at the logs. And take a little screenshot here. So this is what it looks like. Looks like it did bring in the questions, but it didn't successfully bring in the chart data, which I know exists because I see it in Firebase. So take a look. It looks like no errors. So maybe add some logging if based on the success of bringing it in or not. Oh, oops, wasn't looking. Okay, this section is right now. The content is empty. So the card returns null if there's no results. Yep, so we're going to get some new logs. Let's take a look. Okay, so it's adding more logging, sure. Fantastic. And if anyone's curious, because we did a poll earlier, there's a fair amount of people who are not programmers watching these streams. So if you're wondering what I'm doing here, it's very similar to what a developer would do if you're trying to debug this. You add logs and you try to figure out what data is missing. It's just doing it a little quicker, I would say. But overall, this is the same process as how I would debug myself. Okay, so what was the issue here? Not sure if that'll work, but we will see. Often nowadays, do you actually write lines of code? Just curious, I'm not a developer myself. I usually, oh nice, look, it rendered, guys. Nice. So we have our new component. I think this chart didn't work for some reason. We'll investigate, but that's pretty good. As far as me actually writing code, I generally don't for these projects that we work on, these web apps. I mostly do the design, and then if there's any problems, it's kind of just figuring out, like we might do a little bit of the debug process ourselves, but overall the writing of the code, it's usually pretty good. So mostly through English we are programming, but that's great. Let's fix a few things. Number one, I think it's missing one of the charts. We actually have more in the database. I believe there's a third one. But what I'm going to do also... Let's try to get the question for this one and run it in the research tab. We're going to figure out what the problem was ourselves there. But I'm going to first commit some of these changes. So what was the issue exactly? Oh, I see. If not cached results. So we don't have anything. Gotcha. But we had the URL and it wasn't respecting this. Okay. Fair enough, I guess. Okay, that makes sense. When we update the brief preferences, it gets rid of the cache, so it can update. Kind of makes some sense, I would say. And I think I'll call it a day. Fix or add simple question components. But I want to fix one thing, which is the duplicate text here. Do not need two. So right now we have duplicate questions of the day. Let's just have one, the one with the question mark specifically. Are accepted in society. Well, a lot of big companies are pushing it. So like, yeah, so might not be accepted by the public, but big companies are pushing it. Sometimes they push it and people don't want it, so it's kind of funny, depending on the company. But with that said, it's usually pretty good in my experience. And even if it doesn't generate code perfectly, it's great for just learning and asking questions, especially things you might not know very much about. And the AI is great for thinking out loud too, for all sorts of problems, not just programming. Whatever you have, you can think about it. With the AI, it's usually pretty good for that too. Can you look in the database? What was the question for this one, for this guy? Because I want to try to figure out what happened here. Lots of data. Technically, we probably should make these headlines questions because it's called questions of the day. So it should be a question. But other than that, it's pretty good. It is technically a question. It's just we hide the question from the user. How this was generated, there was some type of question asked. And we just generate some. There's no way this is true, right? Wait, could this actually be true? Wait. Go ahead and generate a script to validate this. Are you saying that this result is valid? The average, there's no way. There's no way both of these are 0. Because the market's historically up. That's kind of the general gist. Yeah, that makes sense, hike. But everyone has maybe a little different process. But as long as you're making progress and you don't get making progress and it's not a total disaster, your code base, and it's up to snuff as far as protecting, doing the important things security-wise. Yeah. If you're deploying to the public, you got to be a little careful. You got to make sure you know the basics. So it's building a little script to validate this result. I don't think it's right. I'm going to probably head out after it's either validated it or not validated it. Validated. It's a lot of D's. Oh, interesting. Okay, the result is technically correct, but misleadingly displayed. The next day average return is 0.014. So it rounded down to 0.0. Interesting. Yeah, we shouldn't round. It should go to the 2 decimal places, I would say. Can we go ahead and, well, I guess I'll double check this in our, I believe this would be in the chart helpers, those helpers here after, and it's in this specific pipeline here. Make sure we're rounding not to 1 decimal place, but 2. Validate this. So talk to me a little bit first, whether this is the case, right? And so don't make any changes yet. I'm a little suspicious, but then again, it is right. These are all 1 decimal place. So yeah, that's probably what's happening. This actually might be correct. It just looked like it errored out. Anyways, cool. So to summarize for today, I'm going to head out here soon. But you know, for the people here, feel free to join our Discord if you would like. And we added questions of the day. This is going to be simpler charts. We added, we fixed some bugs, and we also added, which I'll show, which is a little bit of introduction before we generate the charts. Or it's kind of like it's like the LLM sending multiple messages, because the user might not always want a chart, so they might want to just ask a question when you attach the data. So we added that and fixed some bugs, and I think that's pretty much it. Let me check here. Oh, we also fixed the chart images. That was kind of a bad thing. But anyways, I'm gonna go. See you guys later. Have a good one. Feel free to tune in.